All right. Looks like we should be live. Cool, cool, cool. Hello, everybody. This is ZZ1000ZZ, and today I'm going to be trying to do the optional bonus dungeon in New Game Plus mode of Parasite Eve without using any guns. Wait a second. I think I must have messed something up. Oh. Okay, yeah, there's EX game mode. Okay, okay, yeah, I got you now. Uh, I really need to make a playlist of the game files so I can just switch to them more easily. If you don't know what I'm talking about, in emulators like RetroArch, you can make a playlist that will link to games discs together. Then you won't have to like manually go in like I just did. Hopefully I did that right. Yeah, looks like. Cool, cool. By the way, I do own Parasite Eve. I just don't own a television or have all the cables to hook PlayStation up to a TV and then have that hook up to my computer. That's why I use an emulator. I actually used to rip the CDs from my games and copy them to my computer so I can play on emulators. It's actually really easy to do with PlayStation 1 games, but if you want to do it with, like, say, a Super Nintendo game, it's quite a bit more difficult. But anyway, because this is in New Game Plus mode, we are going to have a lot of, I don't think our weapons and equipment transfer over other than like our main weapon and main armor. But we should have a lot of extra items, and I believe we will have a lot of bonus points. Unfortunately, we do have to go through part of the game before we can get to the Chrysler building. So we're going to start off doing this sequence again. Now, we've done this, I think, twice in the last 2 weeks, so I'm going to skip past the dialogue. We will keep our name because I think Aya is a cool name. And so is Aya. I still have no idea which one is the correct pronunciation. Okay, so yeah, we do have our club three. Threw me off for a second because we have a club one, but that's because you start the game off with that. So yeah, we have our club three, which has 52 attack power. We also have 3,000 bonus points. And yeah, let's just dump all of that into our weapons. 82 attack power. That's going to be a huge boost. Plus we have I didn't catch what the armor was named, but we have an armor that both has auto potion and enough defense stats that I think will take 0 damage from any enemies for a decent while. Now, I don't remember exactly when we get access to the Chrysler building. I think it's day 3, so I think we have to do everything with the opera and the sewers underneath Carnegie Hall, then Central Park, and then I think we can try Chrysler building. We might play the main game a bit more though, even if we don't have to, just to get better levels. While our weapon stat is now very high and our armor was decent at the end of the last run, your level plays a huge role in both how much damage you deal, how much damage you take, how much HP you have, what spells you have access to, and how fast your mana regenerates. So probably want to get to at least like level 21, I would guess, before I try to do the Chrysler building, but we'll see. By the way, I do want to mention I really love the introduction to this game, and normally I would read everything and watch it and talk about it. It's just twice in 2 weeks is enough, I think. Yeah, it's really interesting that she locks eyes on us before the fire starts. And she seems kind of surprised by the fire starting. A viewer, and I wish I could remember what his username was so I could give him credit, told me his interpretation of the scene is that she was planning on turning everyone into the slime like she did in the Central Park, but that somehow our presence interfered with her powers, and that caused people to burst into flames instead. I had never considered that possibility before, but after like thinking about it while watching this sequence, I think he's completely right. So shout out to that viewer. I bet I could go look at like a VOD and find out what his name was. Or who knows, maybe he'll stop in sometime and I love that she just body checks him out of the way. Oh, our inventory is kind of full up. Anyway, and I think we're at 82 attack power. We should have an easy time killing things quickly. Hopefully that means we'll actually earn a decent amount of bonus points as we go so we can boost our weapons even further. And I am planning to sink all of our bonus points into our weapons. We can get a lot of stat boosts for our armor by using tools to transfer stats from other armor over. Plus, we can get things like defense +1. And we don't get options like that for clubs, really. That's it. I think our starting club does have +2 attack power that we could transfer over. So once we get a tool, we can do that. Yeah, we one tap curtain. Right. Now, one interesting thing about New Game Plus is the big reason for doing it is to get the quote unquote true ending. And I'm not sure we ever actually find out exactly what either that or the original ending means. When we beat the game, we got an ending where everyone decided to go to the theater back here, which is a little bit of weird decision, but maybe it's, to convince themselves everything's okay, aren't afraid or whatever. Anyway, When we were at the theater, everyone's eyes wound up glowing, I think, purple, suggesting that their mitochondria had all awakened, and then it's kind of left opaque or oblique. Opaque? No. Unclear, I guess is the best word. What exactly that actually means. And I don't remember the quote unquote crew ending that well, so it'll be interesting to compare. Poor rat. He was a cute little guy. Hmm. Ugh. Ugh, the skin pulling back. Oh, God. Yeah, the art direction in this FMV is crazy. Really fills home just how monstrous the transformation is. Okay. Now, I don't remember exactly how many bonus points those guys are worth, but I think it's like 5 points or so. If that's right, then we just got 5 bonus points, or 1/20th of the amount of points we need to get +1 attack power on our club. Okay, so that person's alive. Let's not check on them. Well, not yet. Okay, we get a medicine. Probably won't need that, but it'll be worth having just a few of them. Uh, that one's locked. Is this one up here locked? No. Okay. I always forget exactly which room has the first key. Yeah, it's this one. And so you might do that and then just leave. Or explore the rest of the room, but just not interact with the corpse again. That would be a mistake. You have to check the corpse again to get the first key of this area. No, yeah, okay. Help, help. Okay, medicine. Hmm. I thought there was a way to fight that one, but I guess there isn't. Anyway, with that key, we can come over and see the clown. Oh, wait, he's not in this room. He's, I think, one room down. Anything else in here? Doesn't look it. I keep thinking that you should be able to open this drawer, or at least check inside it. Or maybe check in this little... Is that a curtain over something? I'm not 100% sure. Ah, this is the bird we can find. Okay. So we get some bonus points. We level up. The level up increases our stats. Does it also increase our item capacity? No. So let's use one of our medicines to heal a little, just to get it out of our inventory. Like, yeah, this is the one we haven't been into up here. And then you have to come over here, read Melissa's diary. And we'll blaze through it. It is really tragic, though, reading Melissa. Her diary talks about how she really wanted a part, but she was sick. So she was taking lots and lots of medicine because she was trying to, work through the pain. But as we come to learn, the medicine was actually making her more and more sick. And by sick, I mean it was basically weakening her so that you could take over her body. Yeah. I hate having so little inventory space, but I'm not going to waste bonus points expanding it. Now, we could go straight up to the next boss fight, but first I do want to check a few areas. Oh, we've already been here. I think we can still find an armor. And if so, I would like that because we will want the stat bonuses from it. Then the clown will die. And nobody will be sad. I still think that sound makes it sound more like he died to a monster attacking him than bursting into flames. But if we go south from here, we can find his corpse and we'll see that he bursts into flames. I don't know if that was just an oversight or if maybe like the voice acting was just told to, give a generic death scream and they didn't think about it. Or maybe I'm overthinking it and there's some simpler explanation. Maybe he got killed by a monster and then he burst into flames. Yeah, I could be completely wrong. Maybe that is just how he would have sounded when he burst into flames. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is... Open the door, please. Hello? Open? No? The hitbox on opening things can feel so weird to me at times. Well, I'm not crazy, right? This does open? I swear it does. Offense +1, sure, we'll just immediately use that on this gun, so it can be transferred over later. I swear this thing opens and then a rat jumps out. Am I crazy? Maybe it's in another room. Just as a reminder, Eve is doing, or not Eve, Aya is doing all of this in a pretty sexy dress. I think, is she even in heels? If so, that's incredible. I don't think they're very tall heels, but I do think she's in heels. Or maybe they're flat. Flats are basically heels that instead of having a spike, kind of like a stiletto shape, they're just an elevated square or rectangle platform. Basically the same, but they do offer a lot more stability. Oh no, we actually got hit. That'll cost us a couple bonus points. Again. Oh my god, I missed. But that's not in range? Okay. I would have sworn I was in range. And hey, I actually took damage. The sad thing is I got hit so many times, I only wound up at 99 bonus points, not 100 or more. So we can't actually spend bonus points to upgrade anything yet. Okay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that one cabinet I was trying to open can be opened. I don't know why I was struggling so much with it, but... in the end, we did find the armor I was looking for. so we'll be able to transfer some of its stats over. I think in that cabinet you can find a gun, and we don't really care about those. All right. And this is where the last of Melissa's sanity, or I guess personality, is destroyed. Your girl? Once again, the day for the mitochondria to be free has finally arrived. Do we one-shot her? I don't think we one-shot this form, but we'll find out. Nope. Oh, we bump into her, so that might cost us bonus points. It's also possible that this boss just isn't worth bonus points. I think some of the Eve fights are not. Oh my god. You got hit 3 times. Anyway, we get another flashback. And yeah, we went through the story of the game just a few days ago, so I don't need to rehash it, but that is Dr. Clamp, and there are we on the operating table. As we'll find out. Actually, I don't think we find out exactly what that was. Yeah, now that I think about it, I think it might be. Wait. Do we find out that Aya received Maya's eye as a transplant in the main game? I think we do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we find out that Maya's kidney was transplanted into Melissa, and that's why Melissa turned into Eve. Maya's eye, well, cornea, not the whole eye, got transplanted into Aya, and that's why she sees things. And it may also be why she got the powers she got. Though the powers, I believe, were transferred from the mother down to the daughter. So it may be that they would have wound up with powers anyway. Or that Aya would have had the same powers regardless. I'm not 100%. We took a hit there. That'll cost us a few bonus points. But not that many. Alright, so we got 31 bonus points in total from the fight since... Wait, where was the first level? I think that was for Eve and everything since her, is where those 31 came from. Okay. Yeah. I really don't need multiple healing items. Well, not medicines anyway. We will be able to pick up a couple revives, and I do want to take those when we get the chance. Ammo, of course we don't need that. Parasite energy defense +1. Offense +1. Okay. Well, the offense will just sink into this gun in case we ever want to transfer from that gun to a different one. Wait, oh no, wait. Guns won't transfer over between playthroughs, so no, never mind. We're doing a no gun run, but after I finish the new game plus, I could always, start a new run with this save file if I wanted. So what I was thinking is, oh, maybe I'll keep, boosting guns by transferring their stats from one to another in case I want to do a third playthrough. But I won't be able to transfer guns between runs, so that wouldn't work. Well, I guess I could transfer one gun at the end of this run instead of transferring my club. So that's something. Oh my god, is there another chest on the right there? I only knew about the chest in the upper left corner. I think I've been missing a chest on most of my runs then. That's embarrassing. Yeah, we've got a chest in the upper left corner here. And, yeah, okay. Now, the easiest way to learn there's a chest in that corner is to get in this fight from the left side, and when the screen changes to start the fight, the chest is very visible. But apparently there's a chest on the right side as well. I don't know that I've ever known about that. I might have at some point forgotten about it, but I don't think so. I think I always thought there was just the one chest in the back left corner. Huh. There's still so much about this game I do not know. Would it be like right here? Let's see, here's where one item chest is. But I swear it looked like there was a chest on this side too, and it would be like, there it is. Offense +1. Wow. So I have been consistently missing a permanent stat boost in all of my runs, quite possibly for my entire life. Good to know. Not a huge deal, but interesting to be sure. Okay, we get bumped into there, so that'll cost us a few bonus points. Hit there will cost us a few. I believe we get 8 bonus points from this level. Well, from this battle. Yeah, we don't need to boost any of our stats. Let's just keep making our weapon attack stronger. We do need to open a switch, and we would like to save our game as well, I believe. Yeah, I don't need to keep any of my old save files. And now we fight I think it's an alligator, but it might be a crocodile. I've never been good at knowing which is which. Yeah. I hate skipping text like this in video games because I really enjoy reading. Part of why I love RPGs. The Chrysler building is gonna be a long slog for us, I believe, so. Trying to get through this part a little bit fast. Okay. Well, this boss has two parts, and the idea is you should kill the tail first. But I am gonna try hitting it head first just to see how much damage we can actually deal to the head. Oh my god. Well, okay, yeah. So even with our souped up weapon, we can't deal meaningful damage to the head until the tail is destroyed. I wasn't sure about that. That's why I wanted to check. I wonder if you can kill the head before killing the tail, if you're willing to just attack it that many times. Right. Yeah, we're getting hit enough that I don't expect to get any bonus points from this fight. Let's just stand right underneath his head and attack. Oh, well, we got some bonus points, though I think that was mostly from previous fight. Anyway, it looks like we got two armors. Yeah, I think we got two armors in these areas to transfer stats from to buff our current armor. Plus, we started the game with one, so that's like 3 defense or something that we'll get once we get tools. And also, now we get the police brutality that I kind of support, which I feel weird saying. Like, that reporter is slimy, harassing a woman who's clearly traumatized by an awful event, or his trying to get, an interview so he can get more media and popular and make money and blah, blah, blah. I don't have a problem with reporters in general, but like, come on, if someone's clearly traumatized by something, don't harass them for an interview and shove a camera in their face. Well, I guess the camera wasn't in her face. It was a respectable distance back. But still, like, she clearly was not in a state to give an interview. He should not have kept pushing. If Daniel wasn't a cop, I would probably support what he did. Just, I mean, maybe not like a sucker punch, maybe just a good shove. Like, push him to the ground, not like punch him in the back of the head. But I'm of two minds. But yeah, with him being a cop, it definitely makes me feel very uncomfortable. But to be fair, I think that's actually a good thing. Characters shouldn't be perfect, and having flaws makes them more interesting. So, the idea that Daniel is ruled too much by his emotions is a constant theme of the game. And being a hothead actually matters, and it plays into his character. So, as long as he doesn't do anything like truly reprehensible, I'm fine with him as a main character in the cast. Oh, cool. And because we're in New Game Plus mode, you get bonus points just for beating the days. It's basically a way for the game to let you level up your stats faster. So that's going to be, I think it was 8 more attack for our club. So it's going to be like 91. If we get a tool, it'll go up to, I think, 93. Anyway, a big question is going to be, can I defeat the Chrysler building on my first New Game Plus? Each time you go through New Game Plus, you can get stronger. So even on a regular run where you're using guns, not clubs, people will sometimes suggest that you beat the game, 3 or 4 times to farm bonus points and items to get really strong. And I'm curious if I should do that or if I can just beat the game or beat the the Chrysler building on my first try. To be honest, I think we can. I didn't want that cured. Yeah, I honestly think we can beat the Chrysler building on our first go. That said, I don't think we'll be able to do it on day 3. I think we'll have to like go to at least day 4, maybe day 5. If we get to the museum and get up to level like 34 to, no wait, I think it's 33. Whichever level unlocks the liberate. If we can get to that point, then I think doing the Chrysler building should be quite manageable, maybe even somewhat easy. Alright. And more dialogue I'm skipping, even though I like it. Wayne and Torres are an interesting pair in this game. Small spoiler, but Torres eventually dies, and I actually feel genuine emotion over it, even though I think the guy only had 3 dialogue scenes in the entire game. And that's something I'll never be able to get over is how this game does a great job with like making use of the little it has. I don't feel like this game really has much in the way of filler. Right? You get a new gun, and he would let us upgrade a weapon with a mod permit, or armor too if we wanted. Yeah, Wayne will teach us how to use tools, but we already know that. Alright. So first off, let's just dump our extra items. Okay, yeah, so we do keep a bunch of items from the previous save file, like our healing items. That's cool. Oh, wow, we have tons of tools. I'm glad I saved them then. I didn't think we would care about them, but okay. Oh, wait, we keep the guns from our last playthrough too? Okay. I thought we only kept the guns that we had, what's it called? Not etched, engraved. Maybe you only keep the weapons that are in your inventory if they've been engraved. Not sure. Yeah, our ammo crate has 999 ammo. That's fun. Oh, we now have 2 CM vests, 1. Okay. So let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 armors. So yeah. There's 3 tools. So let's grab a 4th tool. Eventually in this playthrough, when we're doing the new game plus Chrysler building, we will get an item, I think it's called a toolbox, which basically gives us infinite uses of tools. So we won't have to worry about the individual tools. And eventually we'll even get a super toolbox, which lets us give infinite super tools. Meaning we can transfer things between weapons and armors without ever having to worry about losing things. Losing the weapons or armors if we don't want to. So yeah, we'll use 1 tool to take our +1 from the club 1 we started with over. That's +1 damage. DM Protector, let's just start taking stat boosts over. Yeah, 1 defense, 2 critical defense. Hmm. 1 defense, 1 magic defense. Yeah, we don't need two of these, but while we may not need them, I will hold on to them just so I have the option of transferring auto potion over multiple times if need be. Actually, no, because I'm not going to remove the armor I have equipped until I get a much better armor. So it's not like I need to worry about having auto potion around for multiple pieces of armor. You know, one physical defense, one critical hit defense. Yeah. Range items. Oh yeah, I want to move the revives out of my inventory. I don't need more than one revive. I could transfer the medicine ones out of my inventory to free up space, but honestly, we have so many medicine ones in our storage that I think I'm just going to start discarding them instead of moving them over to storage. Yeah, that should be everything. Now we will go do the press briefing, where Aya tells the world about mitochondria being supernatural. And I do love this game, but I will always struggle a bit with the fact that it all takes place in one precinct. New York City is a major city with millions of people, one of the largest police departments in the entire world. The idea of one police precinct with one captain and a few detectives would handle this case is just insane. This game would make so much more sense if it was set in a smaller city. If you could even set it in a place like Cleveland or something, where it's still a good sized city, but it's like nowhere near as big. Oh wait, no, we don't do the press conference yet. We still have to go talk to Captain Baker first. I should have known that by the direction manual. There's Kathy, the only other female police officer, I believe, in the entire game. We do have two other females in the game. One is Eve, of course. And you could argue she's more than one character. Because you have Melissa, you have Eve in Melissa's body, then you have Maya, and then Eve in Maya's body. But not counting that, the only other female is Shiva, the dog, who is a great person. Well, great doggo, and I'm still sad about her. Mind you, I'm not saying anything bad about, oh, there aren't enough females. There aren't that many characters in the story. Trying to remember how many characters there really are. In terms of named characters, you have Baker, Warren, Nix. What's the name of the guy who mans the counter at the police department? It's like Steve or something. And then you have our partner, Daniel, and I think that's it for police characters. Oh, Wayne and Torres. So like not counting Aya, we only have like 7 or 8 named police officers in the entire game. Then you have Lynch, the captain of the ship when we meet the Navy. The admiral he's with, I don't remember if that guy has a name or not. Maida, Maida. I still don't know how you pronounce his name. Maida, maybe. And Clamp, and I guess there's also there's kind of security guard at the museum. He has a little bit of personality to him. There's also a cop at the warehouse who has a bit of personality to him. But anyway, the point is, all told, this game has less than 15 characters. So the fact there are 4 female characters is, not remarkable at all. Eddie, not Steve, that's what it was. Eddie. Also, when I'm counting the named characters, I'm including characters like Eddie, even though they only have a couple lines. Wait, was the Chrysler building open yet? I don't think it was, but I didn't check. I think the Chrysler building opens on day 3. Yeah, I can't really count the security guard unless I want to also count the nurse and doctor we see in the hospital, both of whom are females, I believe. No. Dinosaurs. I don't know how I feel about dinosaurs nowadays, since I've come to learn so much of what we were taught of how dinosaurs look back when I was growing up is false. For instance, dinosaurs had feathers, and my mind can't conceptualize that. To me, dinosaurs, just whenever I think of them, I think of how they looked in the first Jurassic Park movie, the Land Before Time movies, stuff like that. I do think it's funny that in Jurassic Park, they actually give an explanation for why the dinosaurs don't look like what we now know they would have. And the explanation is because of the genetic tinkering they had to do to try to bring dinosaurs back to life, like filling in gaps in their DNA sequences. The dinosaurs in Jurassic Park are different from the historical dinosaurs. It's not like an amazing explanation or anything, but I do like that the movies actually went out of their way to include, like, acknowledge, yeah, the dinosaurs of our franchise don't look like what would have the real dinosaurs would have. But, we've already kind of settled on this look, so here's our explanation. I love Dr. Clamp. I mean, he's awful. I don't like him as a person, but he is such a fantastic character. He's just a mad scientist through and through, and I think it's so much fun. And he's unabashedly evil. Later in the game, when Daniel confronts him about how he helped Eve kill his wife, the guy, Clamp's reaction is to just kind of be like confused for a second. He's like, "Your wife? Oh, so your son didn't die?" Like, imagine somebody's like, "How dare you help kill my wife?" And your reaction is just be confused, like, "Wait, why are you mad that I helped kill your son?" Like, that's so funny to me. I mean, it's awful. Don't get me wrong, but I just love like how unabashedly evil he genuinely is. But also, like, here he keeps insulting us, and that's just fun. Like, he actively calls us stupid. And hey, I mean, we busted into his office. It's not like we have a warrant or anything. We're just talking to him, and then like Daniel arguing with him about his scientific theories. So, I mean, Daniel brought it upon himself. If you're talking to, a scientist about his theories and you start criticizing him or criticizing those theories, oh, the Chrysler building is open. Interesting. But if you start criticizing his ideas and theories, yeah, he might clap back a bit. And since he probably understands the theories better than you could, he'll probably insult you a lot. So let's just see how the enemies on these first few floors are. I don't expect to go very far. I do expect to get to like the museum, maybe. At least the hospital, but we'll see. Hey, rat! Weird, let's fighting you guys. Okay, so we do one-shot you. Okay, so at least on these first few floors we're one-shotting enemies. That's good. Oh, we miss. Oh, we didn't one-shot them. Okay. Yeah, I guess it depends on if we crit or not. Yeah. I don't know. Like, we can already see that stat-wise we're stronger than these enemies and can probably handle them relatively fine. But do we want to try to go through 10 floors of this yet? I think we do Central Park first at a minimum, and then we can go from there. I think this is a treasure room, though. Yeah, item. Parasite energy defense +1. A new gun. Ooh, that's actually a pretty decent gun. Defense +3. Okay, that's pretty huge. So how good is this gun? 63 attack at this point in the game isn't huge, but okay. I guess the big thing to think about is right now we only have 16 item slots, and we can only go back down using the elevator every 10 floors. So if I try to do 10 floors, each floor might have a room like that. And if so, what am I going to do with all the items I find? I'm not going to have anywhere near enough inventory space for them. Yeah, no. Let's leave for now. It's interesting that it is available on day 2. But I want to get a few more level ups at least, so we can get some inventory space. And of course, higher stats, but it's mostly the inventory space I'm worried about. Oh, yeah, see, we don't even one-shot rats on here yet. Oh my god, that was bad. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any bonus points from this fight. Yeah, when we one-shot the first 2 enemies we fought, I was getting hopeful. Oh my god, they're fast. But I think that was because we crit. Oh yeah, we have auto potion. I genuinely forgot. Yeah, I think we just crit the first 2 enemies we hit, so that made it seem better than it actually is. Anyway, having a larger HP pool would be very nice too, so yeah, let's come back. Now, if we had guns and I was doing a normal playthrough, I might just come here right away. Because with guns, we would be able to kill those enemies very easily. And I wouldn't need to worry about carrying, well, yeah, I guess we would still be carrying a fair amount of items in our inventory, so I don't know. Mostly, I'd like to have enough inventory space that we can keep any items we find, other than like healing items. But we did get a new gun, so let's go dump it into our inventory. And we have to go back to the NYPD anyway, so. But alright. Yeah, and I would be curious how the gun we just found compares to other guns we already have. While we're in the NYPD, we can check that out. I think that'll give us an idea to like what quality of gear we can get in the Chrysler building, at least on the early floors. I do know we get a club upgrade, and it would be Club 4. I think we get it between floors 11 and 20, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I know it is pretty early into the building. Real quick, let's drop off the weapon. Actually, wait. I think Baker might give us a mod permit. If so, then I'd like to drop that off too. But yeah, Club 4 we get, I think, between floors 11 and 20. Club 5, which is the best club in the game, you don't get until, I think, floor like 61 or higher. Oh, he's not in here. Okay. Okay, yeah, they're in the conference room. That's right. Let's see. Other than those two items, the main things I care about are, of course, armor. Just better armor is just always going to be good. But then also, I am very interested in the trading cards we can find, but not regular trading cards, the rare ones. As you find rare trading cards, you can give them to Wayne, and he will give you like rewards. I forget exactly how many you need to find, but eventually you get a toolbox and then a super toolbox. And those let you move stats or other effects on items around. The super toolbox even lets you do it without consuming items. And the key is you never have to worry about finding tools. You can just move everything you want whenever you want. Yeah, I was right. Here's the second mod permit. So we want to drop that and the gun we got off downstairs. That'll free up a lot of inventory slots. Now, there is a small argument for farming junk in this run. I don't think I should because we don't really care about getting the special guns you can get by turning in 300 junk. But I would kind of like to see how fast you can actually farm it. So maybe there's an argument for doing it. I don't know. Now, the chest over there has a medicine 1. Question is, do we actually want to have more medicine 1s when we already have a decent number in our inventory? Or, not inventory, in our storage? I'm not sure. Anyway, the P226. Okay, yeah. P226 is 63 attack power. So we got that on the very first floor we did of the Chrysler building. And it is stronger than any gun we found in the main game the last time we played through the game. Now, this is a bit better, or at least arguably, because it has the double command effect, and that's really strong. But yeah, okay. So just going one floor deep into the Chrysler building got us a weapon better than anything we could get in the first playthrough of the game. That's crazy. But anyway, if we do want to farm junk, I believe we want to farm it on day 3, not day 2. Most people say to farm junk in Central Park on day 2, but it's actually a slower approach. And I would be interested to test exactly how fast you can do it on day 3 instead. Wait, when do we get the Club 2? Because I don't have the Club 2 anymore. And I removed the steel effect from my Club 3. So I'm not actually sure when I would be able to steal junk again. Oh my god, I really am drawing blank. Oh yeah, it's right after day 2 ends. When you wake up in Soho, you go over to the weapon shop and Club 2 is there. Alright, and I'm not going to explore the whole Central Park this time, since there are some areas you are free to ignore if you want. I am still going to the, what is it, like a terrarium or something? There's a room where snakes have broken out of their cage. So I'll go to that because I think it has permanent stat boosting items in it. But once we get to the like long windy path, I'll probably skip a lot of that area. Now there's the save point if we want to use it. I'm not going to bother. Oh, cure poison. I don't think we'll ever need that, but sure. We can hold on to one for now. Now we should easily one-shot any enemies around here, but they will actually deal damage to us because of poison, if nothing else. Also, there are 5 snakes in this fight? I thought there were usually only like 3. I don't know if that should chance or if it's a new game plus thing. But it does mean we get more. Yeah, we don't want any of that. It does mean we get more bonus points. Our Club 3 is now up to 93 attack power. Now, the first room, once we get into this next area, has a save point, a key we need to unlock a bunch of doors, and I believe a grenade launcher? May not be a grenade launcher, but it's some sort of equipment. I think we do have to fight one set of enemies first. Oh my god, I selected the wrong one, but the one I selected flew over to us, so it worked out. Nice. We will not pick up any junk right now. Even if we want to farm junk, it's not worth picking up on our first pass through here. Because there's too many other items we want, and we don't have a lot of inventory space. Wait. Yeah, there's the hitbox for that drawer. That drawer always gives me a bit of trouble. Okay. Okay, so, yep, it is another grenade launcher. So far we found 2 guns, an armor, and a key. That's 4 items we want to keep. Well, the key we have to keep. The other ones are we want to. I'll try not to fight the monkeys here, but I guess I don't have a choice. Uh, you moved out of range. I walked into that boomerang. I had avoided the first half of it. All I needed to do was not keep walking to the left, and I wouldn't have got hit by the second half. Oh well, we get a few more bonus points. The detox parasite energy ability is decent. Though, to be honest, if we get poisoned, we'll probably just focus on killing enemies rather than healing it. Because we should be able to end battles fast enough that we don't take a lot of poison damage. So we'll have some snakes here to fight. Move too far out of the way. We took a hit. Taking a hit there, I believe, cost us 3 bonus points, so we will only get like 15 instead of 18, or something like that. For what it's worth, late in the Chrysler building, there are enemies that you can get up to like 250 bonus points from. So bonus points aren't exactly hard to come by if you are willing to look for them. But I would rather not have to grind for a bunch of bonus points if I can avoid it. You definitely do not need 2 cure keys. In fact, I don't think we even need 1 because we have the detox ability now, so that'll free up some slots. The medicine too might be mildly useful, but the main thing we care about is we got +1 permanent defense. Obviously, right now enemies are dealing so little damage we don't care much about defense, but as we go up the Chrysler building, we very much will. Some of the enemies in there can hit quite hard. Alright, so we have to fight, I think it's monkeys again? Oh, monkeys and crows. Okay. One hit from the monkey, and one from the crow. Alright. Oh, we got hit too many times, so we only wound up with 95 bonus points, not 100. A little unfortunate, but it's fine. On our next level up, we will, we will almost certainly have enough bonus points to put another point of strength into our weapon. Now, if we went to the right here, there's like 3 whole screens and various chests that we can get on them. And I'm just not going to take the time. I think most of what we can get there is stuff like ammunition and heal items. But there might be a tool or something that we would actually want. I just can't be bothered to take the like several minutes that it would take to go through there, fight enemies. I don't remember. I think there is a tool. I think that's what you can find over to the right. But to do that, you have to go through like 3 screens. By the way, on the topic of bonus points, part of the reason I don't care about getting hit at this point of the run is enemies this early in the game are worth quite a bit fewer bonus points than enemies you can fight later on. So ideally, we would just kill higher level enemies that we can still one-shot if we want to get bonus points. And at the end of this day, we're gonna get another like 700 or some amount of bonus points for free. That's one nice thing about New Game Plus in Parasite Eve. In New Game Plus, you get a bunch of free bonus points just for progressing through the story. So if you want to get stronger, you can easily just replay the game and beat it. You never have to like grind. I guess it's kind of grinding to beat the game over and over, but you don't have to like worry about fighting tons of enemies in one spot over and over. You can just play through the game. Alright. Now we'll go face Eve down. Hey, it's the ghost girl. Ah, I walked too far. But yeah. Trying to think, after this, what do we need to do? I know there's gonna be a bear that will fight near a phone because we want to get the revive that's right over there and save the game just to be safe. But after that, I don't remember how many screens that we come across are necessary and how many can be skipped. By the way, the reason I want to skip screens in Central Park is just they're so big that with the walk speed of the game, it can take forever to walk through them. If they're smaller areas, so I wouldn't bother skipping them. That said, I did realize when I did my last No Club run, well, this run, but in regular game mode, not New Game Plus, I actually didn't finish the warehouse. I went into it, picked up like 3 items, and then left. I had always assumed I would eventually go back and clear it out, but I never did because I just took down the museum. Cool, 129 parasite, or not parasite energy, bonus points. Yeah, let's go ahead and save. We haven't done that since, I think, the end of the last day. Yeah. Alright. Now, this next area is kinda a maze, but not really. Basically, just want to go down and left. She tries to take you directly south here, but I think it might actually be better to go west than south. But yeah, you can see with how big this screen is and the speed of our walking, it can take a while to get through areas. So yeah, she would take us to a different screen, one that is to the south, but then it would hook back over to the west. So if we go south from here, we'll meet up with exactly where she would have taken us. This way, though, we can go grab this chest, whatever it might be. Ooh, tool. Those are fun. Actually, let's go ahead and just use it immediately. Oh, 2-1-1. 2 defense, 1 magic defense, 1 critical hit defense. Nice. But yeah, the other path would have gone south, then turned west, and would have brought you to the same screen anyway. So all we did was avoid a few screens, which I think even avoided a few battles. Then again, maybe not. Maybe Yeah, I take it back. There might have been one battle we avoided, but I think that's it. Yeah. No, hit the one that's close to you, not the one that's flying away. And these enemies are actually capable of dealing damage to it. A very small amount of damage, but it is damage. You know what? We have enough item slots that I'm just gonna pick up some junk. It's funny, I think I'd rather pick up junk than medicine 1. Alright, then this is a battle where the bear will be around. Bears are cool enemies to fight when you're able to one-shot them because they're worth like 15 bonus points if you don't get hit. Oh, but there's snakes too. These are the poisonous ones. The red snakes are poisonous, the yellow are not. Oh, I think his lightning actually missed us. Nice. Oh, we don't one-shot the bear. Good to know. We do two-shot it. Sure, more ammunition. I think we might have plenty already, but you know. Hey, then there could be some monkeys here. Oh, he damaged us just by bumping into it. That's a little frustrating. Okay. Yeah. I think the last time I beat the upcoming boss, we're level like 13 or 14. This time we'll only be level 12. Wait, I thought there was a chest right here. Am I crazy? Oh, there it is. It was just slightly to the right of where I thought it was. Critical hit evasion goes up by 1 more. Okay. Yeah, I think we have 1 more fight before the boss. We could go up those stairs and fight some plant enemies, but I don't think there's anything you get from it other than the experience from the battle. Do we one-shot the plant? Yeah, nice. Oh, we actually hit. I thought it was going to be out of our hitbox. Hey. Ooh, and we go over 100 bonus points? That's big value. Oh no, I meant to take one of the junks instead of the cure poison. Funny, I don't really care about junks, but I don't care about cure poison at all, so it's like slightly, ever so slightly better to take the junk. Alright, and now we get to fight the worms. I'm curious how many hits it will take to kill a single worm. I think it's 2, but we'll see. Okay, so yeah, 1 hit didn't kill that one. Now I am testing a theory that I talked about the last time I fought these guys. Namely, I think it may be better to hit each of them before you kill any of them. Basically, soften each up and then start killing them. The idea is, each time one dies, the others grow in size, but Oh, miss. Yeah, because we weakened them, we killed two of them before they grew in size. Yeah, I don't know if their HP pools reset when their size increases or not. That's what I was curious about. Based on this fight, I think it might actually not increase. No, I'm sorry, I think it does increase when they increase in size. If so, then you do want to focus one at a time. Basically, when one dies and the rest grow in size, does it reset the HP of the others? If the answer is no, then you are better off not. Or you're better. If the answer is no, it doesn't reset their HP, then you are better off weakening each one before you kill any. If the answer is yes, and it does reset the size, then you're better off focusing one down at a time. Oh, nice. I would have much preferred to get a fourth defense +1, but maybe the big worm can't give you that. I'm not sure. Alright, now we have one more fight and the day is over. Real quick, let's go ahead and dump our bonus points into our club. It's up to 98 attack power. Alright. I think it's only going to take like 2 or 3 hits to kill this boss. Oh, that's right, we actually have to walk up and talk to her. I like that she'll just stand here waiting for us. Oh wait, do we actually... Okay, we have to manually hop onto the carriage. That's what it is. It's pretty polite of Eve to sit there and be like, I'm inviting you to come talk with me, and then wait for you to join her on the carriage. Of course, the politeness is a bit ruined by her setting the horses on fire. Poor horses. Horses are such cool animals, too. No, I never thought about it before, but unless I'm crazy, the flame is only coming from one horse, not two. Because there was a horse on the top part of the carriage and a horse on the bottom, but we only see flames coming from the top. Oh, that's 4 hits? 5 hits before she died? Wow. 5 hits isn't a lot, but compared to what we've been facing so far. But yeah, I think one of the horses is either not on fire or is like somehow on fire without its flames coming up. Maybe it's further forward than the other? I'm not sure. I just think there should be 2 sets of flames if there are 2 horses on fire. Oh, there's only 1 horse. Never mind. For some reason, I always thought there were 2 horses. Hmm. Alright. Now we'll have a bunch of dialogue that we're gonna mash through. Even though this is where we meet Maeda, who is awesome. It's also where we find out that Aya might hate racist cops enough to set them on fire, which, if so, totally based. Hey, Ben, Daniel's son, he survived. Yay. All right. Now people are wondering where we wound up. Wonder how Maeda wound up finding us. Not like plot hole. Oh, that's impossible. Just I wonder what it was like because he took a plane into New York City after seeing our press conference, and then immediately came looking for us. I imagine he heard about the Central Park situation and went there, and then like found a trail. I mean, he may have talked to someone who saw, the burning horse or whatever. But it would be interesting to see, like, how did Maeda get to New York City, and what did he do leading up to finding the party? Viva! By the way, German Shepherds are amazing dogs. I love them, and I wish I could play with one. I've mentioned this before, but I have a stepmother who was a dog groomer, and one of the people she worked with was also a dog trainer. And they would both sometimes groom police dogs, but then the trainer also helped train police dogs. And a couple times I was able to meet the police dogs and play with them, and they are the most lovable dogs I've ever met. They can be all vicious or whatever, if, you meet an attack dog that's trained to be able to go after people. But like they're vicious when they're basically instructed to be. And then as soon as the situation passes and they're told to calm down, they'll just go back to being super lovable. Plus, outside of like police dogs, German Shepherds can be taught all sorts of tricks. But yeah, I do like that this one cop here speaks another language, but he speaks Chinese, not Japanese. So he tries to work with Maeda, but then the other cop decides to be a bit of a racist prick and tells Maeda, "Well, if you don't speak our language, go, back to your own country." Which, one, bit racist. Two, you're talking about the United States country founded on the idea of, hundreds or thousands of cultures all coming here. The idea that English is the language. Bit of a stretch. But then also, every time I ever hear someone say lines like that, all I can think is, don't even sound like you can speak at a 12th grade English level. Like, you sound like a middle school English speaker at best most of the time. Not always the case. Sometimes you'll actually find articulate people who will say things like that, but it's always weird to me when someone, says, "Well, if you're going to come here, you need to learn to speak our language," and then they struggle to like have decent grammar. Don't get me wrong, I don't really care if somebody has bad grammar or whatever. It's just if you're going to tell other people to speak a language, you should probably be able to speak the language yourself. Also, I'm just trying to fill the gap because I'm mashing through the dialogue. Normally, I would read all this dialogue, and I actually think the writing in this scene is quite nice, and I like the scene quite a bit. I especially like the fact that, like, Aya's dealing with a bit of PTSD. She's traumatized. That makes sense, and whatever. And she's worried she'll accidentally hurt, other people. But Maeda, when she tells them, leave me alone, go away, they both walk out of the room to give her space. But Maeda sits outside the whole night, even though it's like Christmas time. So Christmas in New York City is going to be pretty cold. He sits on a sidewalk all night waiting for the morning when she wakes up and is ready to talk to people. That's just. Maeda may come across as a bit of a coward, a buffoon, or whatever else, but he's pretty awesome. Yeah, he's also very emotionally aware. When Aya tells him to leave her alone, Daniel's like, "What? No, I would never do that. I'm here for you." Whereas Maeda just says, "Yes, I understand your point." He gets that she's dealing with a lot of stuff and that they should give her space. Not that they should leave her alone or, ignore her or reject her or anything, but just leave the room. Let her sort things out. You can be nearby and, ready to help her whenever she needs you, but sometimes people really do just need some time to themselves. And Maeda figures that out before Daniel does, even though Daniel's known Aya for far longer. Also, I keep wanting to try out Third Birthday, the third game in the Parasite Eve franchise, and the biggest reason I haven't is I've seen what they did to Maeda's character, and I hate it, and I find it genuinely offensive. If you haven't played Third Birthday or seen any of the footage of it, the game is very different than the first two games, which, to be fair, the second game is very different from the first one anyway. But beyond the just why very different gameplay, story structure, all that stuff, they also decided to go with time travel, and I don't think that was handled very well. And generally, I think time travel works out poorly. But the thing that keeps me from playing it is because I can accept different gameplay, I can accept a weaker story or even just a crazier story. That much I could have accepted, but every time Maeda comes on screen, I genuinely get grossed out. He's portrayed as the stereotypical otaku pervert who will creep on teenage girls to the point he genuinely lusts after a teenage girl who you is the main character of the game. So like he's perving on a like 16-year-old girl the whole time, and it's super creepy. And I don't mean super creepy because yes, that is just a super creepy concept. No, I mean the way they present it. They go out of their way to be like, yeah, this guy is super creepy. You shouldn't like him. All right, so I don't have a lot of empty slots. I think four oh wait. Well, I think four would have been enough, but I did dump one more item, so that'll be 5 slots. Also, I love that Aya is a smartass, and we get one of my favorite ones here. Ass. They want to get into this weapon shop, but it's locked up, so Daniel decides to shoot out the door. I don't know if he's shooting at the lock or the window to break open a hole so you can reach in and unlock it, but... Okay, yeah. First off, Daniel is insane. I don't care if you want to shoot at the door. You never fire when someone's in your line of sight. Like, she's clearly in the line of fire. That was crazy. Maeda's reaction is great. Are you really a cop? We think so, but we don't have scientific proof. That's what you're asking. Of course, Maeda's a scientist, and was talking about a bunch of nerdy stuff earlier. So she's kind of teasing him there. Oh wait, there's the chest. Range +1. An M11. Club 2. The Club 2 is actually really cool because it is weaker than our current club, but it has the steal effects, and now we can steal items from guys if we want to. Is there a chest down here in this corner? Doesn't look. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have any other armor to consume using that tool we found, so let's go over to the pharmacy, see if we can find one there. But yeah, there's a couple enemies in the game you can benefit a lot from stealing from because they have permanent stat boosts available, or tools and super tools. The stat boosts are mostly from bosses or mini bosses, but there is at least one enemy you can repeatedly farm, or I think it was defense plus ones. It's the King Amoeba in the hospital. I don't know of any other enemies you can farm for permanent stat buffs, but in my last playthrough, I realized there's an item like right here. Yeah, defense plus one. We definitely want that. Uh, hmm. I know there's a room in the upper left corner, and I think there's a couple more chests. While we're at, let's use that range plus one on, or whatever that was. I keep thinking that's a chest, but I guess it's not? Really? Am I crazy? To me, that looks like it is a chest, but okay. I have notoriously bad vision, so I'm always second guessing myself. Medicine 2. I think there might also be items on a couple of these shelves, but I'm not sure about that. Sure. We'll drop medicine 1 for another revive. Revives are pretty limited in the game. They're some of the strongest items in the game, so it's nice to save a bunch. Late in the game, you'll get the spell pre-raised, which functions largely the same as revives, but you may not always have it up. And even if you do, there are some enemies in the game that can dispel the buff. Alright. I would like to go back to the police station, but I think we're supposed to go to the museum first. Oh, wait. No, shoot. I just realized going to the museum, I think, starts the dungeon in the police station. Ah, no, I didn't want that. I wanted to drop items off the police station before we start the next dungeon. But, oh well. Yeah, I think we have like 5 or 6 junk in our inventory. And I'd like to get rid of that. But the big thing is, I'm debating on if I want to test the farming strategy in the police station. And we're just gonna mash through this dialogue. Everyone I ever see talk about it always seems to talk about farming junk in Central Park, either on day 2 or by going back to it after day 2. With the exception being, some people will say you should farm junk on Chrysler buildings floors like 1 through 10. And every once in a while, I will see people farm junk in the museum. And I am pretty sure all of those are less efficient than just farming junk in the police station on day 3. Of course, the benefit the other ones have is you don't have to do them at a specific time in your run. You could, farm them on any day. I do wish you could skip cutscenes. That is one of my number one complaints in older RPGs, and even some newer ones. Like, I love a lot of cutscenes, and most of the time I'll watch them, but just give me the option to hit start to skip. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. In the police station, I'm trying to remember which fight it is that we want to steal junk from. I believe it's the fight on the second screen when you first enter, the one that's right in front of the locker room. I believe that's the one that you can fight without ever lowering the encounter rate of. Now, if I had the Club 4 already, it would be even better, but actually, maybe not. With the Club 4, we would deal a ton of damage while stealing. The trick is Club 4 and Club 5 can steal items, and that's just all it is. Club 2 and Club 3 have a steal effect on them, but it comes with a 50% attack power debuff. So normally, if you're using Club 2 or 3 because you want to steal, you are giving up a lot of damage. Club 4 or 5 let you steal without giving up damage. So it's a pretty big perk. But in the case of farming junk, I think you're actually better off not killing the enemies. That way you can run without worrying about clearing the entire enemy formation. Since once you clear battle once, it lowers the odds that you'll get into that battle again. Yeah, maybe the Club 2 is the best weapon to steal junk with. I'll be honest, I almost never bother to farm junk in this game. I don't think there's any reason to other than for fun or completionism. You can buff any weapon in the game as high as you want, so it just seems so wasteful to me. But it's one of those things where if someone wants to grind because they enjoy it, that's totally fine. But I do hate how often in RPGs people give the advice of, oh, well, you just need to grind or just grind more. I have played very few RPGs where I think grinding is at all necessary. And even in the RPGs where I might grind a little, it's usually no more than like, okay, go grind one quick level or maybe two quick levels. Or, oh yeah, go fight a few extra battles to get a little bit of money to buy the items you want. I see people grind for like hours and hours in games and then tell you that's how you ought to play it. Like, oh yeah, you just need to do this. Someone's like, oh, I'm struggling with this boss. Oh, just go grind 10 more levels. I'm like, what? No, that's horrible advice. If you want to like grind to overcome a challenge, that's fine. You can play however you want, but like that's not the only way to overcome challenge. Most of the time, you can overcome the same challenges just by learning how the game works a bit more, playing the game a bit better, stuff like that. I saw a streamer who I think he was on his fourth playthrough, fourth or fifth playthrough when he beat the Chrysler building, and he literally did nothing other than get his stats so high that he could just mash the attack button and win. I don't think he even needed to heal. And if you want to play that way, that's fine. But it was just while I was watching it, I was talking to him and he made a comment about, oh, well, I would recommend you just, beat the game a couple more times, get your numbers really high up. And I'm just like, no? Like, no, I don't want to spend 10 to 20 hours grinding to do this. That doesn't sound fun. And it's certainly not necessary. But Anyway, sorry to go on about this. I'm just kind of ignoring the game's dialogue, so I'm trying to fill this space. But yeah, I think it ultimately comes down to a lot of people feel either they play away because they like it, and then if anyone asks how to, for advice, they say, well, play the way I like to play. Or they just never bother to learn how to play the game well. Like they don't care about quote unquote getting good. And so they just see grinding as a free win button. And so they take it. And then they tell people that's the only way to do it because they never bother to try to learn other approaches. I don't know. I have zero problem grinding games. I just get very annoyed at how often people tell me to grind if I try to like either tell me when I ask them or like if I read up strategies, they all just come down to, oh, grind, you need to be a higher level. Anyway, we are in the police station. Yeah, okay. We will have to do one fight real quick. But after this, we'll be able to go into the weapon room. Ah, no, I want to hit the dog guy. Oh, we don't one-shot these guys. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay. At least we one-shot the crows. Ooh, offense +1. That's nice. I don't really want to get rid of any of this stuff, but whatever. I should have used the tool already. I think I picked up something I could have used it with, and I just forgot to. Wait, did I just use the medicine too? I did. I meant to use the offense +1, but I used the medicine instead. That was silly. Now we get the sad scene of Horrors died. Aw. Now we find out why Horrors was so big about gun safety and why I didn't like people being excited about guns. I haven't used the gun since your daughter was shot. Horrors, you can't blame guns for that. I suppose you're right. But yeah, he used to be an expert marksman, and then his daughter died in a gun accident. And ever since then, he's never fired a gun. It's like, oh, that is surprisingly touching for a story arc. Obviously, it works better if you like read all the dialogues, but that's a surprisingly insightful story arc to take for a character who has all of, I think, three dialogues in the entire game. Wait, we don't want to tune up. Let's move our guns over. Yeah, if, well, once we get the toolbox, we'll be able to move the stats from all of these guns over to another gun, and then we'll be able to clear up this huge inventory. And then let's drop off some items. We definitely don't need the zoo key or multiple revive. And we might actually want a couple tools, so I'll hold on to those for the moment. But yeah, it's been a long time since I really thought about or worried about this, but I believe we want to equip Club 2, then we run up the stairs. There should be a fight just to the south here. Stole junk. Ah, I don't think the rat has junk, so I don't think we need to steal from it. But oh wait, no, there's the second bird. I didn't see that at first. Okay, we stole 2 junk. And then, oh god, how do you run away? I always forget because I never do it. And normally you run away by, yeah, escape from battle. Okay, we failed. Failed to escape. Oh my god. There we go. But yeah, we can just farm junk like that over and over. The key is the encounter rate doesn't reset if you don't kill the enemies. So you can just run away and then resteal over and over. Come on. Ah, no, not the rat. Wait, did we actually use an healing item? I didn't realize our health had dropped that much. Okay. Anyway, you can just do this over and over. And then run away. That was 4 junk. Then you just start another fight. Yeah, and we don't need to steal from the rat, just the 2 birds. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm not going to keep doing it. Mostly because I don't need to. There's no value in it. And I don't enjoy it. But anyway, that is the basic idea. Obviously, if you play better, you can do it a lot more efficiently than I was doing. And if you get higher tier armor before you get to this point, you can actually do it a lot more efficiently. Because then you don't have to worry about healing. But anyway, yeah, you can just fight that over and over. Like in that little time, I got 6 junk. A big part of what makes this better than the Central Park is when you farm the junk, you or whenever you farm enough junk that your inventory's full. Wait, I thought we could open another door like this one. Weird. Anyway, when you farm enough junk that you want to get rid of some, you can just walk down the stairs and turn it in. Okay, I know one of these doors has something in it. Okay. I don't know why the game and I are not getting along, but okay. But yeah, once you fill up on junk, you just go down these stairs. Come in over here. I would recommend killing these enemies rather. Well, I guess you don't have much of a choice. But killing these enemies is actually good because you want to lower the encounter rate of this fight. That way you don't have to keep fighting them each time you come through here. Now, the first time we did this fight, we actually got an offense +1. I don't think you can get that each battle, but I am curious. Let's find out. Oh, cool. We leveled up. Oh, no. Yeah, they only drop medicines after the first time you do the fight, I believe. Anyway. We'll go ahead and drop off our junk just to free up inventory space. By the way, that's not the game freezing. It takes like a second for each junk. I guess it's like the game counting it or something, not entirely sure. Anyway, I don't think we will be using the club to steal very often, but there are a handful of enemies I will probably try to steal from. So because of that, we will keep Club 2 in our inventory. Yeah, if you talk to all the cops who are dead or injured, they will give you ammunition. Wait, I think, yeah, I didn't go see a scene I need to first. Okay. Yeah, if you come up here before talking to Kathy downstairs, you'll get this scene where the cops are actually trying to hold off monsters. Sadly, you don't get to see the monsters keep getting closer and closer. Eventually, they stop moving. It would be so cool if you could actually see them shooting at the monsters, but yeah. So that tells you that you will need to do something else first. And first things first, let's go in here. I don't remember if the spider we're about to fight has anything worth stealing. I don't think it does. But just to check, there is a spider we can fight in the next day that has a permanent stat boosting item. Okay, yeah. So it's just the one on the next day, not this one too. Oh my god. Yeah, look at how much less damage we do if we don't have a good weapon. I think it dies here? No? One more? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm so glad we have the Club 3. That we have that. Well, the Club 3 and all the extra points we put into it. This guy took like 7 hits. Okay, CM Vest 2 is quite nice. So since we have 2, well, I would normally get rid of the older one, the weaker one, but this gives such better stats that, nah. Yeah. Instead of like 2 points, we get 5 points. So yeah, let's go ahead and consume that. And then we have to go downstairs to where the dog kennel is, I believe. Talk to Kathy, and then she'll tell us about Shiva. And then we'll be able to go upstairs. Also, Eddie at the front desk. I don't think you can actually find his dead body, but you do never see him again in the rest of the game. I'm sorry. Ben's gone. Where? I don't know. Shiva went berserk and Ben went after her. What? Right, so now we find out that Ben is trying to go after Shiva because Shiva is acting weird, and we need to go save him. Save the little kiddo. By the way, if you do farm junk, you don't have to farm it in one playthrough. Every time you beat the game does keep track of how much junk you have collected in previous playthroughs. Wait, what? Can we still not go up now? Oh, I guess we have to go to Baker's office. I didn't realize you had to do both. I thought you only had to talk to Kathy and then this music starts. And then you could go upstairs. Normally I go through all the rooms and talk to everyone, so I don't actually know what the exact event triggers are for things like this. Are you okay? Where's the captain? He went to look for Ben. No, hold on, please. So many people died. I like how blunt it is, where it just says he is dead. So I think that was the dialogue we needed to see. But it might be talking to Nick or Warner instead. Man, you really caught us off guard. Most of our men were out. I'm getting help. Hang on. But yeah, Warner doesn't actually die here. Neither does Nick or Kathy. I think they are the only ones we see that are injured who don't die. But what's interesting is Nick, we never actually see again after this. The reason in-game that's given is Nick goes to the hospital. And so we can't see him because he's there. Warner, I think, actually goes to see him in the hospital at one point. But the hospital that we go to in the game is under attack by Eve when we get there. And we don't see Nick in the hospital. So I'm not sure if the implication is that he died in the hospital, or if maybe he went to a different hospital or he got out. But I do think it's interesting that we never really find out what happened to Nyx. I think pretty much every other character we know the fate of. Though technically, I don't think the game tells us Baker died. I do think it's pretty obvious through context that that's what we're supposed to interpret it as. We did lose a little bit of bonus points by accepting the hits there, but I don't mind. I have such a hard time seeing that door. Anyway, I'm mostly coming in here because there's a super secret message. There's also a chest, but there's a super secret message that most people would never find. I read about it on a message board. I forget if it was in a guide on GameFAQs or if it was just a message, like somebody posted a post on GameFAQs. But they talked about a hidden message in this room. And even after I read what they said, I still couldn't find the message. It wasn't until a viewer came into the channel and was talking to me about it. And they told me exactly what I needed it to do. See, I thought you had to hit the select button. Like right here, I'm hitting the A button, nothing's happening. Hit the select button, nothing happens. What you have to do is hold select and then hit the confirm button, and you get this. I finally got the tools to get me out of this hellhole. I'm gonna see my wife and cat again. I don't understand what hellhole he could be talking about. Like, this is a police precinct. They should only hold you for like a day or two here. You know, you might get transferred to a county jail or something and be held there for a lot longer. So that, the text is weird, but I do like that he mentions he's going to see his cat. I think it's just adorable that this prisoner who's, you know, getting ready to escape is excited to see his pet. It's like, oh, that's cute. And his wife, don't get me wrong. It's good that he, you know, cares about his wife and is excited to see her, but... yeah, usually when you hear about someone, you know, wanting to go home, it's not so they can see their cat. Like, I've been in jail for 2 years. I can't wait till I get out to see my cat. I think it's cute, though. No, I don't think these ones have anything I steal. Alright, we did get hit once, I believe. But yeah, I think we might go to the Chrysler building after this day. That. Yo, get me close enough to the shiny thing. I want to pick it up. Yeah. The hitbox on interacting with things can be a bit wonky in this game. Alright. Storage key. So now we can go back to the very bottom floor and open a door that was locked. Or we could keep going up the stairs. I think we'll go down because there are some items in there that I do want. Like, yeah. Plus, we'll be able to drop off some junk or whatever else. Now, we could go up even further on this floor and talk to a guy who has a locker key. He's a police officer who we saw in the locker room earlier who is excited about something that he puts in his locker, and now the locker is locked. Thing is, if you do that, all the item is a trading card. And I still want to know what kind of trading card it was. Like, is he maybe a card game player? Like, it was a Magic the Gathering card, a Yu-Gi-Oh card, or, you know, I don't know. Ah, when discard junk. Okay. But yeah, it could also be a, like, baseball card. Before we worry about equipment or items, let's go to the storage room. And okay. Yeah, the storage room I don't think has an enemy we want to steal from, but there is a room on the floor we were at, I think it was, up above, where we will want to steal. Wait, was our health really low enough that it used a potion? That's weird. I didn't think we were anywhere near that low. Okay. Cool, 135 bonus points. You know what? Yeah, I'll just take it all, and then if I need to, I can discard items. Anyway, this storage room does not have a boss. It's the next storage room that does. I believe. I could be wrong. I shouldn't be, though. I've done this several times in the last week. Or a couple weeks. Okay, we get a new gun. A tool. And offense +1. Sure, let's just throw that on a gun. Okay. So yeah, the tool we want, the gun in offense +1 are kind of whatever. But we could soup up one gun during this playthrough, and then if I want to do another New Game Plus, I'll have a really powerful gun instead of a club. No problem. I don't remember who first discovered it. I'm glad that I was able to spread the knowledge, though, because I had no idea about it until I read about it, I think, on GameFAQs. Somebody posted about it, and it was such a weird discovery. Because that's the only time in the game where, as far as I know, holding down select does anything. The only other time you use the select button is it lets you change the camera view when you're in the like area select section where you're on the map, so that you can see the camera from the helicopter's view. If you've ever done that, that's fun. But yeah, it was such a mind-blowing thing to me that they made the select button necessary to see one message like that. Yeah, I had read about it on GameFAQs, I believe it was, and I couldn't get it to work because I thought it was saying to hit select instead of the A button. But it was saying to hold select and then hit the A button. So you have to do both, not just one or the other. So yeah, I had a viewer who helped explain how to make it work. So shout out to them. I don't remember which one it was, what their name was, but there's so many things to learn in video games. In Parasite Eve, this game, people still don't actually know how leveling works. As far as I know, I was the first person to discover that you get more stats at certain levels than at others. For instance, at level, what was it? I think it was 21. You get +5 damage, +5 defense, and a bunch of HP. Whereas at level 20 or 22, you only get +1 attack and +1 defense and a much smaller amount of HP. As far as I've been able to tell, it's every 6th level. So at level 7, 13, 19. Oh, wait, no. So it wouldn't be 21. It would be 25 and 19. Something like that? Yeah. I don't know. I wrote down the numbers at one point, but I don't remember them. But yeah, the point isn't the exact numbers matter, like the exact level, but certain levels are just worth way more than others. That one's actually really easy to notice, though, if you just look at your HP total. Sometimes you'll gain a level and get like +5 or +10 HP. And then the next level, you'll get like +70 HP. It's like, oh. I wish somebody would make a table of that, but I don't know how you would actually find the exact numbers in like data files or anything. But also, if it keeps going throughout all 99 levels, that would mean going from level like 38 to 99, which most people never do because of how long of a grind it is, wouldn't give you +60 attack and +60 defense like people think. It would give you way, way more. So like grinding to a higher levels could actually be more worth it than people realize. Because instead of getting like +60 attack and defense, you would get closer to +110, something like that. Or Shiva. Yeah, she knew something was wrong with her, so she tried to run away to get away from Ben. She even growled at him to try to scare him off, and it didn't work. Also, yes, Baker does only fire 4 shots here, which might seem weird because you're like, wouldn't his gun hold a lot more? I just have always chalked it up to, well, yeah, it probably does hold a lot more than 4 shots, but the police department is overrun with monsters. He probably had to shoot a number of monsters before he got to Shiva. Alright, so he did get hit, I think, once. Oh, he picked up a tool there? Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, this is the guy who has the key to a locker. I'm not gonna make it. Take my stuff in my locker. What? The last time I came by here in a previous playthrough, my inventory was full. So the guy, has this dying message of, I'm not gonna make it. Before I die, take this key. It's the last thing I want to do. And, he says that, and then I just am like, oh, I don't have any space, so I don't take the key. And it was just like, imagine the last thing you do in life is try to hand something to a person. They're like, no, sorry, I can't do that. Anyway, we did equip our Club 2 to try to steal from this guy. Yeah, that's big. We got a defense +2. Yeah, trying to steal from mini bosses and bosses is usually worth it. Because, like, they can have some really nice items. I still wish there was another enemy that I could find that you could steal from stat boost from an infinite number of times. It blew me away to find out that you can actually steal an infinite number of defense +1s in the game. So now I keep wondering, like, are there more enemies you can do that with? By the way, I was talking about this earlier, but anyone who doesn't know, There's a King Amoeba boss, well, mini boss, in the hospital. It's the same uh, look as a regular amoeba enemy, but it will actually be much larger and it can jump at you instead of the normal attacks those amoeba do. And every time you steal from it, you will either get a tool or a defense +1, I believe it was. And you can fight the enemy as many times as you want. So it's a source of infinite stat gains. I haven't really seen anyone else talk about it, but I thought it was a cool discovery. Granted, I don't think it would ever be worth the time and trouble to keep stealing from one enemy to grind stats like that, but I mean, some people will grind out 300 junk to get a better weapon, so. But yeah, if I could find an enemy where you could steal offense +1s an infinite number of times, then there would be no reason to farm junk at all. Because you would just be able to farm infinite stats directly by stealing from enemies instead. But yeah, as far as I know, there is no such enemy, so. Their only options are to farm BP or do New Game Pluses runs and use tools on the weapons you find. Right. And now Shiva, as a boss, does not have items worth stealing. Actually, I don't think she has items at all. I'm not sure if you can steal any, or not steal, if you can find any items in this room or not. The last time I came in here, I wasn't able to find anything. I don't know if I missed an item somewhere or if there just is none. I think the reason this room exists is so you can get this full cure as an item drop. But I don't know that for a fact. But yeah, as far as I've been able to figure out, that's the only reason this room and this fight exist. Unless maybe there's a steal from the fight I could have gotten that, but didn't. Yeah, I'm trying to mash A on everything. Doesn't seem to be working. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to say, but thanks for the message. It was cool to see that somebody learned something from my stream. I've always enjoyed like trying to spread knowledge. Most of the time I'm not the one who finds it, but I've never been particularly good at spreading knowledge, but I do seem to be good at like researching and learning what everyone else has already figured out. And then, once I do that, I like to be like, well, I couldn't discover the information myself. I can give back, but at least by spreading what I know. Alright, and on this bus, we want to hit the middle head first, because that's the one that heals. Okay. Yeah, we're seeing that enemies are actually starting to deal meaningful damage. It's not a ton. But yeah, we can't just stat check enemies anymore like we were before. Similarly, we're no longer like 1 or 2 tapping bosses like we did before. Oh, I hit... Oh, no. I was gonna say I hit the wrong head, but... No, I couldn't hit the middle head because the middle head was dead. By the way, when I said we can't just stat check bosses anymore, it's a bit misleading because we do have auto potion, and because of that, we can't, even when our stats weren't so high, we could kind of just beat enemies like this. Auto potion heals you up so you can just kind of tank the damage if you want. You get less bonus points by fighting enemies that way rather than trying to dodge attacks, but sometimes I'd rather just win a fight quickly that rather than try to worry about getting as many bonus points as I can. Oh, this is still sad and touching. As far as I know, the game doesn't actually confirm that Baker died here. I mean, he's still standing up. They have this little touching moment, where he talks about the past with Daniel. Says that, and then we don't see him dead. And as far as I know, nobody ever actually says that he is dead. So it is conceivable that he's just injured and had to go to a hospital or something. I've always took the implication of that scene as him dying, but I don't know if that's actually correct or not. I do also like that Baker seemed like an unlikable boss when the game started, but then here he, was willing to lay his life down to save a kid. And he had that, bit of a emotional moment with Daniel, showing that he is ultimately a good guy. Okay. So, oh yeah, we're supposed to go find Maeda real quick. But first, we got a bunch of bonus points. And that's important because we're now up to 133 attack power. I believe we were at 110 before, so now we just got like plus 23 damage on all of our attacks. I think we are at the point where we might want to just go do some of the Chrysler building. I pulled back from it before, mostly because we were only, I think, level 7. So we had very low HP, and we didn't have many parasite energy powers, so we didn't even have, like, Cure 2 yet. So I think there's a real argument that we should go do it now. But we could also do the hospital next. I don't know. Yeah, it's not this room, it's the room on the next floor. I don't know. If we do the hospital next, we will be a lot stronger when we go to the Chrysler building. But I don't. Like, the whole point of this run was to work on the Chrysler building. Do I really want to put it off for that long? Anyway. No. Okay. Thought you'd be here. Hey. By the way, we could have met this lab tech when we were coming up here before. We didn't. Her only activity in the game, other than being here when Maya is here, is when you first talk to her, she'll offer to heal you to full. She can only do it once. But it's a useful little thing where, as you're going through the police department, fighting all the monsters, if your health is low, she can heal you up. Now, I, of course, have a crazy amount of healing items, so I didn't care about that, but by the way, if you do ever want to get a lot of healing items, use the club 2 or 3 or even 4 or 5 if you get that far into the game. And the steal effect on them will let you farm so many healing items, it's insane. Okay. But yeah, now we're supposed to go to the hospital. I do want to go back to the police department though, because I have a ton of items to drop off. Hmm. I kind of want to do the hospital, mostly because there's some items we can farm there. And enemies would die quick enough that it wouldn't be too bad to go there. That's a tough call. I know for a fact I'm not going to be able to do the whole Chrysler building as it is. So I will be going back to the main game before too long. So there's definitely an argument to just keep doing the main game until I get far enough into it that I'm ready to do the whole Chrysler building. I don't know though. Dear God, look at all those healing items. That's insane. Full cure is neat. I would love to get a ton of those. Yeah, we don't need tools. Well, multiple tools. I think from here on, we will only put medicine threes and medicine fours in our storage because we have so many medicine ones, they are utterly useless to us. I didn't think all these items would transfer over to a new save file. That's why I was putting them in my inventory during the last playthrough. But okay, so there. At least all of our healing is cure or medicine two or higher. We sure I'll keep a couple status healing items. We have 4 revive saves, a bunch of mod permits. Yeah. Hmm. Wait, did we dump the locker key? Yeah, cool. It's funny, we actually dumped the locker key without opening the locker to get the trading card we could have gotten. But yeah, I guess a big thing is we haven't really finished the day yet. So going to the hospital would maybe make sense. Oh wait, no, we did finish the day, right? Well, we killed Shiva. I think that counted as the day end. I'm not. The reason I'm confused about whether or not we finished the day is it's nighttime now. So I would think that would mean we haven't started a new day. Huh, not sure. Oh, all right, yeah, Daniel's going to investigate Clamp. I wants to know what happened to the previous version of Eve and the child it gave birth to. It died along with the father. How did a monster like that die? There was a rebellion. The mitochondria passed from the father didn't connect with the ones passed from Eve. It began to deteriorate, and the father held onto the dissolving flesh, and they died. Even though it's a monster, I guess it's still your child. That is a sad thought. Like, yeah, Eve is pretty evil, does a lot of awful stuff, but at the same time, you know, she's trying to give birth to a child. Our goal at this part of the game is to be proactive birth control. And then later in the game, after she gives birth, we are literally killing the baby. So definitely, I don't know that I'd say it's a morally gray game because I think what we're doing is just objectively correct. I don't think there's any argument about that. But I do think it's a somber game. Like it's not a game where like I defeat the final boss and I'm happy and like yeah, I stuck it to Sephiroth. It's not oh there's a giant monster I killed it that's so awesome. It's like oh yeah well the day saved I'm glad I did but sad. Is there another? Yeah, there's a treasure chest here. Anyway, hey, it's Maya. Maya? Or was it just my reflection? Right. I'm gonna walk away for like 30 seconds so I can grab a soda. Oh, ow. I have a headset on, so I guess I can still talk actually. Uh, One fun thing is the elevator crashing, as it's about to do, used to be a big fear of mine because I saw it in a couple shows or movies or whatever. And it always terrified me. So I eventually looked into it and did some research and found out elevators are surprisingly safe. Even if you did cut the cables, it wouldn't be that big a deal. I mean, it would be a huge pain and certainly a big problem for the building owners. But in terms of the person riding it, there are a bunch of safety mechanisms in place where even if the cables get cut, you will not be in much danger. Realistically, it's only going to drop a few feet. Okay. Yeah. Most likely, what would have happened in this case is the elevator would have dropped maybe 5 or so feet. I don't know the exact number. And then it would have come to a halt. And then Io would have had to like try to pry open the doors, which is actually can be quite difficult if you don't have the right tool to do it. Because there's like a latch that you are supposed to use a tool to flip open. But anyway, you would have to pry open the doors and then like crawl out. So everything that happened there would actually be pretty plausible. It just wouldn't happen exactly as shown. Random thing, if you want, you can get that chest and this fuse without fighting an enemy in this room. But since we're here, we will go ahead and fight an enemy. Wait, I thought an enemy would spawn right there. Okay, you have to go all the way over to here to spawn it. But yeah, so you can get 2 chests and the fuse you need for the story without fighting. I thought that was interesting. Oh, okay. I thought we would one-shot these guys, but I guess not. We're actually taking non-trivial damage from them. Okay, so we one-shot them with critical hits. I didn't really want that cure poison that we picked up, but it's fine. But yeah, you could see even with super late game armor, we can actually take real damage from enemies. And that is because we are still pretty low level. If we were to level up more, even without upgrading our armor, those guys would barely hurt us at all. The poison would be the only thing that would deal meaningful damage. I'm not really worried about the damage, but I should pay more attention to how many times I'm getting hit and try to cut that number down. Because getting hit, of course, reduces how many bonus points you get. Which means, getting hit will make you weaker for the rest of the game. Alright, so we did take collision damage there. Collision damage again. Yeah, I don't read 3 hits, that's annoying. I don't remember exactly how many bonus points these guys give, but I believe it was if they hit you twice, they don't give you any. It might be that you have to get hit 3 times to not get any. Probably depends on the individual enemy too. But yeah, so what that means is because we got hit 3 times, we would have gotten like 1.5 enemies worth of bonus points. Which, in this dungeon, I think means we probably got like 15 bonus points from that battle, and we could have gotten more like 30. Medicine free. Autopsy key. Yeah, let's go ahead and save. And in an overabundance of caution, we will save on a separate file. Technically, we're in an area we can't leave from, So we could theoretically get stuck here, but especially with this being in a new game plus, I don't imagine that's a real concern. Still better to take precautions, form good habits. I remember playing Final Fantasy Tactics with only one save file, and I got screwed over so hard because of it. That stupid Y-graph fight. Oh. I'm just sitting here thinking about it, and it's like, it's been 15, 20 years, and I'm still angry about it. By the way, it's interesting that a couple of times in this dungeon, Aya will use the key, then say that we no longer need it, so she'll get rid of it. And that's not done for the rest of the game, and I don't know why. I wish the game would do that with all keys, that when you are done using them. Like, okay, you've already unlocked everything this key unlocks. We'll get rid of it for you. Seems like such an obvious quality of life thing, but for some reason, game rarely does it. Don't see any chests. Wait, bottom right corner? Bottom right corner, yeah. Sure, we'll drop off one of our... Actually, no, we'll drop the cure poison off. Sure, whatever. Yeah, putting the offense plus items onto weapons we'll never use is just a way of trimming our inventory down while keeping access to those stat boosts. Because, of course, we can use the tool to transfer the stats over to another weapon sometime in the future. Oh, we actually one-shot that without a crit? Yeah, we one-shot that one without a crit, too. I'm not sure. Weird. I don't know if we, like, leveled up and our damage threshold changed by just enough? But the first time we fought amoebas, they didn't get one-shot by our non-critical hits. That time they did. Interesting. Anyway, we get another fuse here. Oh, our inventory is full. 8. Yeah, we have 10 medicine tubes. That's so dumb. Okay. And we got the autopsy key, I think it was. No, it was the blue key. Which means we can go to the one set of doors that have the glass windows. I think it's on the far end. There's a door with a blue blinking light, so we can open that now. Hey, he didn't die in one hit. What? Oh god. We got stagger lock. Now, the worst thing about collision damage in this game, other than it just costing you bonus points, is often one enemy can bump into you, and the stagger from that can then cause you to get hit by other things. But it's fine. Yeah, we definitely don't need more medicine tubes. Yeah, we have plenty. Okay. So we still need to find one more fuse. Main thing is... Oh wait, I didn't need to use a medicine too. When we use the key to open this door, it'll be removed from our inventory. Completely forgot. And then we'll be able to get to the fuse box and put 2 of our fuses away, and that'll free up even more slots. Okay. So yeah, we now have 2 item slots open. Maya! Wait. Please don't leave me alone. Aw. Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like to have a twin sibling and have them die at a really young age. Like, what it would be like to just remember them for the rest of your life and always wonder what it would have been like if they were still around. So she also lost her mother, so that's a whole thing too. All right. So now we just need to get the one remaining fuse. But yeah, part of why I wanted to come to the hospital is I want to know if you can farm the king amoeba by stealing it and then running away without actually having to kill it. If so, that would be a huge deal. This mixed man enemy is going to be annoying. Wait. Do we one-shot the balls? Oh my god, we do. This is hilarious. Okay. So we actually one-shot the balls here. If you kill 95 of these balls, you get a bonus prize. It's commonly cited as 100, not 95. But I found out recently that, yeah, it is only 95 of them for some reason. But yeah, normally I don't do it because it takes quite a while. But since we can one round the balls before they even get summoned and thrown about, this is actually really easy. And also, every time we kill one, we get 3 bonus points, plus a tiny bit of experience. I think it's only like 1 point of experience. But yeah, I've never done this before with a club-only run. So I am curious. Ah, no, he moved. Yeah, I think we hit it. Okay. Yeah, this isn't going to be tedious, but it's actually super easy. As long as you can one round the ball, whether you're using a melee weapon or a gun, this isn't hard at all. And the enemy doesn't even seem to use other attacks, so other than like it might bump into you, you can do this without any risk. Now the reason to do this is you get a super tool the first time you do it. I don't know, there's 2 more times you can do it, and I don't know what those enemies give you if you do it. But I do know it's nothing anywhere near as useful as a super tool. But I would like a super tool, and this is, I believe, almost the earliest you can get it in the entire game. I believe there's actually one spot you can get a super tool earlier than this, way back in the Central Park, but it's from a chest that has a 1% chance to spawn it. Anyway, I don't normally do this, but it's such a, I don't want to say unique or novel thing, but it's something I haven't done. Actually, I don't know if I've ever done this. I think I did with a gun at some point. I'm not even sure of that. But yeah, what the trick to this is that little ball he summons will get spat out and then it'll bounce around the screen. And especially with a club, it can be hard to hit. So normally killing, nearly 100 of them is a huge pain because like you have to deal with trying to dodge the thing as it runs around and deal with the headache of hitting it as it flies around. But if you can one-shot it before it gets spat out, it becomes way easier. Another thing is if you get them bouncing around, then that enemy can actually use other attacks. So it can use attacks that like deal damage, slow you down, stuff like that. But apparently, if there are no bolts around, all it will do is try to summon one. Yeah, I believe that's been 31 of them. We missed. But yeah, we won't get access to many super tools, so I actually would like to get one early if I can. Late into the Chrysler building, we will get the super tool box, which is effectively an infinite number of super tools. But that will be very late into this run. The big thing is going to be that there are some upgrades I want for my armors, and I very much want to be able to transfer those between items without losing the armor. The biggest one is there's an armor that reduces how much it costs to use your parasite energy abilities. That or it makes you regenerate your parasite energy faster. I forget exactly which it is. Anyway. This is definitely something I don't recommend people do. But if you want to, it is an option. And getting a super tool this early in the game can actually have some big advantages. Especially if you're doing a melee only run. If you're doing a melee only run and somehow manage to do this, it would make a world of difference for the rest of the dungeon and the boss of the dungeon. You could get a massive damage boost. Plus, you do get like 300 bonus points from doing this, or something like that. I don't know what you get in terms of experience, but how it works is each ball is worth 3 bonus points, and they take away one of those bonus points each time they hit you. So if you can kill like 90 or more of them without them ever hitting you, you can get nearly 300 bonus points from this fight. Of course, we have bumped into the mixed man enemy, the big guy, so that will lower our bonus points for the fight by a little bit, but should still be a good return. Also, we are more than halfway there. We've killed 52 of them. That's 53. The reason it said 54 and I said we've only killed 53 is target 1 is the big guy. So the balls started as target 2 and have gone up from there. So that was 55. But yeah, with a gun, this can be very easy because you pretty much don't have to worry about walking around. Other than if you maybe get too close to the enemy, you might want to move away so you don't accidentally bump into it. And don't worry, I won't be doing this on the next 2 mixed man enemies where we could, because they don't give super tools for it, so it's not worth it. I mean, I'm not even sure this is worth it, but... Oh, no, don't! Oh, thank God I missed. I might have actually killed the big guy there if I would have hit him. Yeah, the worst thing that could happen right now is that we kill the big guy and waste all this progress. So I believe that was 63. Yeah, 64. So we have about 30 more of them to kill. Ah! We're getting there. Okay. might be the longest battle of the entire run. Yeah, the Beetle fight in the original playthrough before we got to New Game Plus was fairly long. So it might have been longer than this, I'm not sure. It definitely was longer the first time I attempted this challenge run on the stream, because my damage was like 1/3 as much as the second time I did. Yeah, I actually had to restart the challenge run because I made a huge mistake. So when I got to the Triceratops boss near the end of this game, I was dealing 1 damage per attack. It was horrible. Anyway, how close are we now? Like 20 more left? Oh, yeah. That should be less than 20 left. Yeah, I wonder who did this the first time to discover that you could get a super tool from it. I cannot imagine, like, deciding, hey, this enemy summons other enemies. I wonder, like, can I just farm him infinitely or what? I get why it's an interesting question, but just how much work it would take. Another bolt down. So that was what, 84 of them, I think? No, that was 83, right? Now I'm lost. Oh wait, no, that was 86. No, this is 86. So there should be like 10 left. Alright, we're so close. Ah! Okay, another one down. So yeah, there should only be a couple more left. Because that, I believe, was 92. $93. Now let's see if I was right when I said that you only have to kill 95, because that is what I was told, but I haven't personally confirmed it. So this is number 95. Does he stop summoning more of them? Yep. See? We only killed 95 of them and he stopped summoning more. Hey, he finally used an actual attack. Okay, that took a little while, but hey, we did get like 400 experience, so that's something. Oh, wow, yeah. That was tedious, but thanks to it in the previous battles, we did wind up with 400 bonus points, and there it is, a super tool. Okay, well, that took a while. But hey. There we are. Plus 4 more attack power. I wish we could hit this red button. It's a shiny red button. How can I resist it? Sadly, it doesn't matter. You can't do anything. Oh, and we get a regular tool as well. Alright. Ah, no, I did not want to go back in. I hit right instead of up. Okay. So I'm going to fix the fuses, and then I think I'm going to take like a 60 minute, dear God, no, 60-second break to get another drink because I am thirsty. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I thought we already, yeah, they are already repaired. Okay. So yeah, with this, we can go back up to the first floor. I'll do that. I'll save, and then I'll take a 60-second break. I do think we'll get into one more fight as we try to walk toward the phone, because I think there's going to be like 4 amoeba in this main room. Hiya! Hiya! Oh, so if I'm not mistaken, I think when we get the true ending, we will find out that Eve is actually the reason Maya and your mother died. Oh, there's 5 enemies, not 4. One interesting thing is in New Game Plus mode, some of the battles seem to have more enemies in them than in the original playthrough. Not all the battles, just some of them. But like this battle, I'm pretty sure only had 4 amoeba, not 5. And I think they're each worth like 8 bonus points. So we could potentially get, if I'm remembering right, we could potentially get like 40 bonus points from this fight. There we are. Nice. No. I don't want to cure poison. I'm not going to manually select the ammo. Alright. And with that, we will take a very brief break. I will be back in like 60 seconds. I guess I can try to remember how this works. Uh, anyway, never mind. I thought I could set like a message saying it would only be 60 seconds. Guess not. I do have a lot of commands I can use though, so that's cool. Sorry, I've only been an affiliate for a few days, and I honestly don't know how I became one. So I still have a lot to learn about Twitch commands. Anyway, I will be back in about 60 seconds. All right, I think that actually went faster than I expected. That said, I did bring up League of Legends stream. The MSI tournament is going on. So I might be slightly distracted as I play. I am awful at League of Legends, but I love watching pro players play it. Oh, you actually survived one hit. Good to know. Did you survive one hit? No. Well, it was a crit, so. Anyway, we are going to pass up the opportunity for infinite trading cards. Alright. So here's the doctor. And she wants us to go help a nurse in the other room. If you want to know what I'm talking about with infinite trading cards, here you can pick up a trading card. And you're only supposed to be able to get one. But as long as you don't leave the screen, you can keep picking them up. There's no limit, but as soon as you leave the screen after having picked up one, you can no longer pick up more. So it's infinite trading cards on one visit. That said, you don't have to get them on your first visit. You can wait and come back later. That does work. Okay, well, fine. Yeah, I just accept I'm not getting bonus points from this fight. Whatever. Sure, we can take a medicine too, which I will immediately use. Which room? I've seen it before. Small world, that the one hospital we go to for story reasons is also the hospital we had an operation in as a kid. That said, it does actually make sense. We had the operation in here. When we did, Dr. Clamp discovered there was something special, and that's where he first found Eve. He was working here, so the fact, and he's still working with Eve now in the present times. So it's not surprising Eve would go to the hospital to find the sperm sample she wants. Since Clamp worked there, he probably told her where to go. Yeah, it's just funny to me that, in all of New York City, we see one hospital, but it actually does make sense story-wise. Oh, our inventory is full, so she couldn't give us the key. Alright. Wait, we have to fight another fight in here? We didn't leave the screen, we actually have to fight two fights? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I guess it's because when we did the flashback, it reset the encounter. Same as if we had actually left the screen and walked to a new screen. But yeah, that is interesting. I don't think I have ever seen that before. Anyway, we got to level 21. And yeah, I think we'll finish out the the hospital. And then we'll go ahead and do at least the first 10 floors of the Chrysler building. Because I think level 21 is high enough that we have a decent HP pool and we have enough of our parasite energy powers that we should be fine to do a good amount of the Chrysler building. I think we could probably do the first 20 floors, not just the first 10, but we'll have to see as we go. Alright, yeah, and we use the key over here. Okay, we're wondering why Eve was interested in the liquid nitrogen. And this is where we find out they use it to keep sperm samples cold. And Eve needs a sperm sample so she can have a baby, but she needs it to be a special sperm sample one that doesn't have any mitochondria from the father, because the last time Eve, or well, her sister, tried this plan, the mitochondria from the father didn't mesh well with the mitochondria from the mother, and that basically caused her to collapse and, well, not collapse, but fall apart. Okay, yeah, so, question is, can we run away from this enemy? I don't know if we can or not. I think we can, but let's find out. Okay, see how we get defense +1? Okay, nope. You can't escape from this battle. Good to know. Okay. Yeah, notice it said can't escape, not just failed to run from battle. That means you actually can't escape from the battle at all. Once you're in it, you fight until you die. Or the enemy dies, of course. Ooh. Okay. But yeah, we got defense +1 from that enemy. And now, if we want, we can come back and fight the enemy again to keep farming defense +1s. So yeah, you can get infinite stats from that enemy by refighting the battle over and over. The problem is, because you can't run away, each time you kill it, the encounter rate will drop, and eventually it does drop to 10%. So you would have to leave the room and re-enter it on average 10 times for every point of defense you decide to farm. Which is definitely not worth it. That said, it drops somewhat gradually. I think it takes like 5 battles. Like, I think you have to kill an enemy 5 times before the chance of him spawning is only 10%. I think after the first time you kill it, it's like a 50 or 60% chance to encounter them the next time you go in the room. Alright, we steal defense +1. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to keep fighting it. The reason I wanted to do it again is I feared we still had a really high chance of getting in a fight. So, you know, leaving and coming back one time, well, I guess 2 times, to get +1 defense is worth it. Leaving and coming back like 4 more times, maybe not so much. But yeah, I don't know for a fact there are no other enemies like this in the game, but I haven't found any so far. And if I could find one that lets you steal offense +1, that would be insane, because then you could basically pump your armor and gun to an infinite level. That said, let's run back to the police department real quick, because we have a ton of items and I want to drop some off. You know, we fought the battle in this room 1 time, so it probably has like a 50 or 60% chance of spawning. But fortunately, we are almost done with the hospital. We have 1 more floor to visit, and then the boss. And then the escape from the boss, but that won't take long. Honestly, we probably shouldn't have even came back to the hospital. What I should have done is, I should have just used or discarded a couple more of our medicines. I'm still in that classic mind trap where you're like, oh, but what if I need this item later? So you never use an item for a whole RPG, and you get to the end of the game, you have like 300 items stockpiled that you could have used and never did. Okay, so yeah, we don't even have much in the way of equipment in our inventory. It really is just items. And even those are mostly medicines. That said, we do have 3 tools and a super tool. And I definitely want those in our storage space. I will keep the 1 tool just in case we find another armor before we fight Eve. And like, why am I doing this? I knew it would be a medicine too, and I was already talking about how I have too many medicine twos, so I don't need more. And yet I immediately go grab another when I'm given the opportunity. It's just so hard for me to turn down stuff in the game. I'm like, but it's an item. I should go pick it up. And this isn't even an RPG where you can sell items for money. Oh well, it's fine. The big thing is we only have a few more fights, and then we will be able to start going up the Chrysler building. And that's what this stream is all about today. By the way, as we go up the Chrysler building, we will get better and better items. And thus the things we find will become like in the regular game will become less and less valuable. Oh wait, no, we already went through here, right? Yeah. So now we just go up the elevator to the 13th floor, I think it is. Thank God Eve didn't didn't cut the cable to the other car. She cut the cable to the car we were in, then didn't cut the other one. Which, would have made sense. I get it's partially plot reasons, but, and by plot reasons, I mean it's a video game. They need the story to be able to happen. So dropping you in the basement is necessary for the plot, and then letting you leave is also necessary. That said, even if you couldn't go up the elevator, it could have been an alternative route where it's like, oh yeah, she destroyed the elevator, now I have to climb a bunch of stairs. Nobody wants to do that. Yeah. And see, we didn't kill 95 of those balls this time. Alright, no, we do not need a Cure M. Ooh, medicine 3. That's actually useful, because it's better than most of the medicines we've been getting. The first time I played this game, I did not make the connection of that arrow, meaning we should push this out of the way. And I got stuck here for like 10 minutes, walking around trying to figure out what to do. And then I looked up on a guide, and when I saw what it said, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that one's on me. I should have thought about, hey, there's a big red arrow there. Maybe I should do something with it. Alright. So that opens the door. Ooh. I swear this one looks smaller than the other 2 we fought. I don't know if I'm crazy, but it really does look like it is just visually much smaller. Anyway, not too worried about whether or not I get hit. No, I'm not picking up another medicine 2. That's another thing I've noticed. I find it much easier to not pick up an item at the end of a battle than I do to not pick up an item that's in a treasure chest. And I'm not sure what the difference is, I think part of it is if you don't open a treasure chest, well, if you don't take the item out of the treasure chest, it'll close, and thus it can look like there's an item in there. So if you ever walk back, you can get, misled into thinking there's still something to pick up. So I think that's part of it, but I also think it's just partially, ooh, I see a chest. I like opening chests. Whereas, picking up items after a battle is just, oh, I hit it, on a menu. That's less interesting. On an instinctual level, at least. Okay. What is it? I like that it gives you a junk, even though, there's no real reason to. I think it must have been a coding thing where, like, they had trouble getting the dialogue to pop up without giving you some sort of item. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe there's some reason they thought giving you a junk there made some sort of sense. Anyway, we'll go ahead and save. No, I did not want to go. I wanted to check the phone, not the dead body we already examined. Yeah. Let's save. So now that's left is one boss fight. For us to avoid an instant game over that is weird and dumb. And then one more fight, and we will be done with the hospital. Hey, cool. We automatically threw away another key. That's always exciting. This is where we get to find out that the captain of this ship is named Lynch. But I don't think we ever find out the admiral's name. I think the admiral is only called Admiral. But for some reason, they keep calling Captain Lynch Lynch. The only thing I've been able to think of is they were probably fans of David Lynch, TV and movie director. And so that name is probably a reference to him, so they probably wanted to flip it into the game and then use it a few times. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a true explanation or not, but that's the best explanation I can come up with. All right. Now we have to fight the giant spider that does have 2 phases. And on the second phase, we want to switch to our tool 2 because we can steal a tool or potentially even a super tool. Ah! Do we have haste? Yes. Sweet. Now remove the slow effect and even let us walk around the field a bit faster. And get our turns faster, but that doesn't really matter when you're using a club. Now, one funny thing about this challenge run is when you're using a club, your turns come up twice as quickly as when you're using a gun. And yet, the club swing, like when you're attacking, the club swing is actually as slow as almost the slowest other weapon in the game. I believe, I actually looked it up, and I believe what it is the club attacks as slowly as a rifle. And the only thing in the game which attacks slower than that is a grenade launcher. And even then, it's only by like 1/10 of a second. Yeah, for comparison, a handgun fires like 3 times faster, 2 or 3 times faster, I forget which, than the club attack. Yeah, you can't walk on those little enclosures that have the stands, the HVAC. I don't know what you call that sort of structure on top of a building. But yeah, so where the spider is standing right now, we can't actually get into melee range for. Because we can't walk where those square little boxy building structures, whatever you want to call them, are. Okay, so we just got to the second phase. That's big. Now we want to switch to Club 2 so we can try to steal an item. And then after we steal, we will switch back to the Club 3 since it deals far better damage. Okay, yeah. We only stole a regular tool this time, not a super tool. It's a 20% chance to get the super tool, so it's not very likely. I think we just used a revive because auto potion never kicked in. Bit weird, but okay. Now I was not healing because I was waiting for auto potion to kick in, but I did also know that we had one revive in our inventory. So even if auto potion failed to kick in and we would die, the revive would be consumed instead. Okay, we got a lot of experience there. A little bit of bonus points. We're up to 24. We were either 21 or 22 before that boss battle, so we got either 2 or 3 level ups. But yeah, we should definitely be fine to go up at least the first 10 floors of the Chrysler building, maybe even the first 20. The trick to the Chrysler building is every 10 floors you'll fight a boss, and that boss will drop a key. The key will let you use the elevator to go up to whatever floor that boss was on. So you do the first 10 floors, fight a boss. Once you beat that boss, then you can use that key to go to floor 10 anytime you want. Until you get that key, though, you can't leave the building unless you're willing to walk through any floors you've already cleared. So, like, if you get to floor 8 and you want to leave, you have to run through floor 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it can be a really tedious process to do. So, you are much better off doing the Chrysler building in 10 floor chunks. If you don't think you can do 10 floors at a time, you probably shouldn't do any. Anyway, so we did manage to get to the, what do they call these sort of elevators? There's a name for them. Anyway, we get to this little elevator thing before the jet crashes into the roof. It's really silly, but if you don't get to this little elevator before the jet crashes, you get an instant game over, and you have to redo the boss. I don't know why they did that. I think it's really dumb. And the final boss of the regular game does something similar, and I think it's even more stupid. I genuinely crashed out when finishing my no gun run in the main game because I had to redo it a couple times because I kept getting game overs to stupid stuff. Like, I took a right instead of taking a left, and that was enough to kill me. And then I had to redo the entire boss battle. I was like, wait, what? No, that's horrible. Anyway, I did make sure to switch to Club 2 there to steal an item. We got offense +1. But now, I mean, we have to do some dialogue. But after this dialogue, we will be going to the Chrysler building. Finally going to make some progress in it. Ah. All right. And does this? No, we don't go to the next day until we do the sewers. Yeah, we have to go to Chinatown, then from there to the sewers, to the subway, and then day 5 starts. But first, let's drop off junk. Not literal junk, but just items. Okay, so we have a bunch of medicine tubes. Oh wait, I actually do want to drop off literal junk. I forgot we did pick up one. Okay, do we keep any tools? Yeah, I think we keep one tool. And the idea is going to be that we will uh get rid of any medicine tubes that we need to free up inventory slot as we go up the Chrysler building. Okay. How many inventory slots do we have free? Only 7, but we do also have 10 medicine tubes. So if we got rid of all of those, we would then wind up with what would be 17 slots. I think that should be enough for 10 floors of the Chrysler building. Especially since we did already get the items from the second floor. Each floor can have up to 1 storage room where you can get loot. So once you've cleared one such room on a floor, you know there are no more. Anyway, we'll go ahead and advance the plot a little. And then we'll head over to the Chrysler building. Hey, let me move closer. Okay. Yeah, I forget what the first boss in the Chrysler building is. I know it's a boss, it's like a reskin of one of the bosses you've already fought. It might actually be the same spider boss that we just fought. I'm not sure. By the way, Daniel says he'll give us a walkie-talkie so we can keep in touch. As far as I know, that never comes up for the rest of the game. I don't think anyone ever uses the walkie-talkie. Yeah, everyone's gonna split up and look for Eve. Yeah, it's so weird to me. They make a point of showing Daniel gives us the walkie-talkie. Oh wait, the day did end. Sweet, that's tons of bonus points we just earned. Oh, that's huge. Yeah. So that's like 22 more attack power. A small part of me wants to actually invest in inventory slots. Like, imagine if I just kept 4 points worth back and increased my item capacity to 28. I don't think that would be a good idea, but I'm gonna hold off on spending those last 400 bonus points until I know for sure that I don't want to. Alright, so we have been on this floor before, and this should be floor 2, right? Oh, it doesn't tell us, darn. Oh, wait, no, that's right. Whenever you leave the Chrysler building, if you haven't defeated any bosses yet, whatever floors those bosses are associated with will be re-randomized. So the maze effectively resets every time you leave and come back. The exception is once you kill a boss, enemies stop spawning on the 10 floors below that boss, and the floors stop getting randomized each time you leave. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a maze. I'm guessing this is probably not the direction we want to be going, but we'll see. Now, I do think we will one-shot any enemy on this floor other than the boss. Ah, we kept getting hit and it was staggering us, so we never got our attack off. Now, we're not getting any bonus points from this fight. It sucks, but these guys are just so fast, it's hard to not take some damage. And no, we're not going to be picking up junk. Oh, wait, it does turn, so maybe we want to go this way. Now, here's an item room, or a storage room, whatever you want to call it. Thing I don't know is when it re-rolls the floors. Okay, no, it does not rearrange that. So we already got the treasure from this floor. So right now, all we want is to find the elevator. Not the elevator, the stairs. Hopefully this is the right direction. There was one path right at the start of the floor we didn't explore. So a small part of me is worried that it would have been the right way to go. Doesn't look like it though. Let's try going left. I think going right at that point might have taken us back to where we had started the floor at. I'm not sure. We found the stairs. Alright, so this should be floor 3. I wish there was a counter that showed you what floor you were on. You know, I could actually set one up. Give me a second. Yeah. I should be able to set one up with live split. Normally you use that for oh wait, hit the wrong button, nearly closed OBS. Yeah. Anyway, normally you use live split for speed runs, but it does have the option to do things like counters. So let's say floor, and we are on floor 3. Okie dokie. And let's add the counter. There we are. Did everything come through all right? I think it did. Yeah, let me just move it on my screen so it's not in my way. And now we should be good to go. Yeah, we're on floor 3. Okay, these are bats. That's frustrating. I hate bats because that attack can blind you. And with a club, it becomes almost impossible to hit enemies once you become blinded. With guns, as long as you get really close, it can be pretty easy to still hit them. And hey, we actually earned some bonus points from that fight. Probably not a lot, but yeah, we need 4,716 experience to level up. And these enemies seem to be giving almost no experience, so I don't think we'll be leveling up before we get to the boss of this area on floor 10. So we have 2 paths. I'm not sure which one would be better to check. Oh, Trodons? Like from the museum? Wow, those are way weaker than the ones at the museum, though. That was interesting. Yeah, we got all of, I think, 7 experience from that fight. It's horrible. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think we want to keep going this way. Let's go back to the path we ignored. That way, we don't have to backtrack. We can explore this path all the way and then go from there. I think it's actually better to kill the rats first since they move faster. And they can hit us more easily. Oh my god! My timing on attacking was so awful. They kept getting to move before my attack would hit them. Mind you, that was me. I was just attacking at dumb times. Anyway. Yeah, we definitely don't want junk. Let's check if there's a treasure room here. No? Okay. Now, something to be mindful of is those treasure rooms. There's one to each floor other than when you get to like boss floors. And they can only be on a horizontal wall on the... In other words, you need a pathway going left-right for them to spawn. So when you see a path to one side, you can look in to see if maybe the treasure room is there. Similarly, we want to go left before you go north. Yeah, the Chrysler building can be a slog because of movement speed, and I do wish you could move faster in it. Okay, there is the elevator. Wait, can you take the elevator out? I know if I take the elevator, I can't come back up. But I honestly don't remember offhand if I could take it out if I felt like it. Nope, you need a key. That's what I thought. Alright, so now we need to go south and then west. And then after we check this, maybe a corner, we need to go backtrack a fair bit and then keep going west. Hey, item room. Yeah, on some of the higher floors, you actually have to be mindful of these chests. You can find enemies that are mimicked in some of the chests. It's not a big deal because they're not too difficult of an enemy, but it is interesting. Now the question is, are the stairs this way, or will I need to do a lot of backtracking? Hope the stairs are right here. Yeah, nice. So there was one path we didn't explore, but it turns out to have been a dead end. So now we are on floor 4. I believe the counters to be updated. Let me just double check. Yeah, I did. I couldn't remember for sure what hotkey I had for incrementing the counter. So I was worried maybe I hit the wrong button and it didn't work. Ah, no! Should have known he would move. Should have known he'd move again, but fortunately he didn't move too far, so I was able to hit him. Yeah, we don't want any of those. But yeah, we're getting basically irrelevant amounts of experience right now. So all that matters is we will get some bonus points, and then we're getting items. Once we get past floor 10, the enemies will get stronger, and we'll start actually getting items that we want quite a bit. Most notably, I'm pretty sure the Club 4 is going to be on like floor 11 to 20. And that'll be a really nice upgrade. Not only will it give us more damage, dear God, that's a lot of damage. Not only will it give us more damage, but it will also let us steal items without that steal effect, giving us a 50% attack debuff. Meaning we won't need to use Club 2 to steal anymore. Okay. That's a dead end, meaning we want to go to the right. Then we have to go south. East. Treasure room. Yeah, I don't know if we'll find any items on these floors that are really good for us. We could potentially find some armor that we would want. Cool. Killed it before the sonic attack could hit us, so we avoided being blinded. Nice. Wait, was there a chest in this corner of the last treasure room that I didn't get? I only saw 3 chests in there, but... Oh, okay. No, no, there's a chest right here. I guess sometimes it spawns on the right, other times it spawns on the left. Oh God, we don't even have a gun to put all those stat boosters on. That's a bit of an issue. Okay, some more whatever enemies. Matt. No, we got blinded. Ha. There is a very specific spot you can wind up standing where you can still hit the bats despite being blinded. I don't know exactly where it is, but sometimes you can find it. Now, left or right? I don't know which one's more likely. I think right is more likely to take me to the stairs, but I'm not sure. These floors are not entirely random. There is a pool of potential floors the game can pick from. So once you get used to what floor layouts are possible, you can actually go through these areas a bit more quickly than otherwise. Yeah. Plus, I think there's a limit to how big they can be, of only like 5 or 6 screens wide and 5 or 6 screens tall. Might be a bit bigger than that, but it's something along those lines. But what that means is if you've already gone like 4 spaces to the right, then you know there can only be so many more spaces that you can go to the right. Also, stairs can only be on pathways that can go north. Unless you're talking about stairs back down to a previous floor, of course. Sweet. So now we will reach floor 5. Let me make sure I update the counter. By the way, if you ever want to solve a maze, there's a pretty simple and reliable way, which is you can put your hand on a wall, either left or right. I don't think it makes a difference. And just follow that wall until you get to an exit. I think it's technically possible that won't work in some cases, but it is basically a way you can be guaranteed to find your way out. I think there's like, oh, I'm trying to remember. If you don't start on an outer wall or something like that, then it's possible for it to fail or something like that. Yeah, even if it doesn't work perfectly, it does give you a very good tool for like how to go about at least starting the maze. Also, because we found a gun, we can use all of these stat boosters. Don't really care about the gun itself, but it will free up a lot of inventory space. Also, if I'm not mistaken, anytime you see the elevator, then the storage room, you are on the right path to get to the stairs. I think if you hit the elevator, then the storage room, you are guaranteed that the stairs will be on the other side somewhere, but I could be wrong about that. I guess we'll get the test. Yeah, if going south here doesn't lead to the stairs, then I am wrong. But yeah, I think that the stairs up and the stairs down can't be on the same side as the elevator and storage room. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's find out. I am wrong. Okay, never mind that. Yeah, it may be something. I'm pretty sure that is mostly true, but I guess there may be some layouts where it's not, or maybe it's just not true at all. But yeah, I remember someone saying that, and I thought it actually matched my experiences. Oh god, I didn't dodge it. Come on. Should wear off soon. There it goes. One-shotting bats makes me so happy. I had so much frustration because of these bats the first time I attempted this run on stream down in the sewers. Oh, they frustrated me so much. Wait, which direction did I come from? So bad that I don't remember. I think I came from the south. Yeah, I go north here, then east, I'll hit the storage room, then the elevator. Storage room, elevator, then there should be a T intersection where we can go north. Yep. And we had to come from the south. So we're making some progress. But yeah, if our movement speed was even just 25% faster, I think the Chrysler building would be a much more manageable affair. I wish we could use the speed you get when you cast the haste spell. I wish we could use that outside of combat. Alright. So, should only be one path left, which is just south, south, south. Like, and then it should probably turn left or right. And then the stairs up should be not far after that. Yeah, the one good thing is at least you don't get into fights in like every room. We go through a lot of rooms without getting in fights, and that is definitely welcome. I don't actually know how the encounter rate works in the Chrysler building. Yeah, we went south one time, south a second, south a third, and then it should split either left or right. Oh, okay. We hit south a fourth, then it'll split left or right. I think left? Nope, right. Okay, and then I think this will turn north, like after one or two screens. Yeah, one. The stairs should be right here. Yep, okay. And now we are on floor 6. I don't know if the floors get more complicated as you go up or not. That would be an interesting thing. If maybe there are like certain pools of layouts that the game can pick from, and the pools change the higher you go up. Elevator? Is the storage room here? Would be so nice if so. Oh, no dice. This might be a dead end. Oh no, no, no! Stupid bat. I didn't think about it being able to blind me after I had queued up my attack. Ah. Yeah, I guess we should kill the bats before the Troodon. Or Troodon, singular. Come on, use your blind attack. Taking so long to use it. Alright. Is this going to be a dead end? By the way, you can skip storage rooms and then come back for them later. Because once you kill a boss, all the enemies on the lower floors will stop spawning. But it's just such a tedious idea to come back to floors, like run through a bunch of floors you've already been through. So I'm going to try not to do that. Alright. Yeah, my fear right now is that this might lead to the stairs up. If so, I need to backtrack and look for that storage room. Okay, it didn't. I believe we haven't explored, what is it, the bottom right corner of our layout? This might be the stairs up. Is it? Yeah, okay, so we found the stairs up. Now we just want to go find the storage room. Could be this way, or it may be that we have to backtrack past the elevator. Yeah, I think this is a dead end. Yep, okay. So I have to backtrack past the elevator. Unfortunate, but... I don't want to fight more of you useless enemies. If you were at least giving me a non-trivial amount of experience, it'd be a different story. No, I couldn't hit it before it hit me, so I got blinded. I did still get an attack off that managed to hit it, which is good, but... Now I gotta just wait and wait and wait. Okay. Ew. Ah! Now for that collision, I think we would have hit it. There we are. Yeah, the only good thing I can say about these enemies is at least we're one-shotting them. If enemies have to be useless, at least they might as well be fast. I mean, it's not fast. You want the battle to be short, so you want the battle to be fast, but... I actually prefer the enemies be... Oh my god, I can't believe I walked into that. Can I get lucky here? Oh, I did. Yeah, killing bats through blind makes me so happy. Yeah, I don't know how far we're going to have to backtrack to find this storage room. But it's definitely on this side of the elevator. Now, we haven't gone south, if I remember correctly. So if we're really lucky, the storage room will be just left of here. Oh my god. Yeah. Getting staggered one time can easily lead to you getting hit multiple times. Ew. Ah! Oh! Oh, thank god. The stagger interrupted our attack, but what I was afraid of didn't happen. I was afraid that when our attack got interrupted, the rat we were trying to attack would get a chance to run away far enough we couldn't hit him, but did not happen. Oh my god, please don't tell me this is going to be a dead end. Oh, we kill that before it manages to blind us. If this is a dead end, then we're gonna have to do even more backtracking. Yep, it's a dead end. Okay, so we have to do quite a bit more backtracking then. So we're gonna have to go north when we get to... so frustrating. This is why people complain about this dungeon, and I think they are perfectly fine too. Of course, it's an optional dungeon, so if you don't want to do it, then just don't. But, yeah, I do think the combination of movement speed and encounter density definitely makes this dungeon not a good design. I like the concept, but I think they should have made each individual floor smaller. Or at least did that for, like, say, the first 20, 30, 40, I don't know how many floors. Because when you're dealing with enemies this weak, having to fight, 20 encounters on one floor or whatever it's going to wind up being for us on this floor is stupid and lame, and nobody likes it. So left there takes us to the stairs. Yeah, I think what I'll try to do is start following the right hand rule. For what I was talking about with mazes, where you put your hand on one side and then follow it. Because what I've been doing is the left hand rule, where you do the same thing, but you do it with your on the left instead of on the right. And so far, it does seem like following the right hand rule might have had better luck. It's a small sample size, of course, so don't know much for sure. Alright. I didn't even pick up ammo. Cool. Another gun. Another tool. And an SP vest too. Now I want to see how that compares to my current armor. So it's 49, 41, 24. Our current armor is 36, 48, 29. So we currently have 7 more energy defense, 5 more critical hit evasion, but 13 less physical defense. I think if we ignore the auto potion effect, this armor is still maybe slightly better. In terms of raw stat numbers, this one is actually tied in terms of the base values. But the question is, do you care more about physical defense or energy defense and critical hit evasion? Thing is, we already have defense as our highest armor stat from all the defense plus 1 items we've gotten. So I do think I'd rather my armor give me other stats than physical defense if I have to like do a tie break. Yeah, if I would have followed the right hand rule, we would have done this dungeon so much faster. So yeah, I think on the next floor we will try it. That said, at least we know which way to go now. I believe I remember that we go left here, then up. And then it was right then up? I believe so. I think it's right like twice then up. No, just once, okay. Alright. That puts us up to floor 7. Just 3 more floors. Well, the good news is we have to do floor 8 and floor 9. Floor 10 would be a boss battle, so it won't be a maze. Let's follow the right-hand rule and see how it goes. We just turn right immediately. Well, there's the elevator. By the way, the right-hand rule is intended to guarantee you find the exit, not that you find it fast. So if you want to find the exit of a maze faster, there are much better strategies that you can use, but they are more complicated. And it depends on what you know about the maze. There's all sorts of details. There's actually, I believe, like a whole thing called like maze theory, where people have studied how to both escape and make mazes. Okay, the right-hand rule means we ignore this brand. Now, one thing to consider when following the right-hand rule is that even if you're going to follow that in terms of which way to go, sometimes it might be worth still taking a different path just to peek in and see what's on the other side. Now, in this case, it took us right where we needed to go, so nice. But yeah, sometimes you can just basically look down one hallway real quick, even if you don't plan to go there. For instance, maybe you want to check if the storage room is on a path to the left, even if you are going to go right. I'm sorry, not right, but go down. Like, say you're walking and you come from the north, you have a T intersection that goes left and south. The right hand, wait, no, I'm sorry, if you're coming from the south, so you're going north, you're following the right hand rule, there's a T intersection left and north. The right hand rule would tell you to go north. But you might want to just quickly go to the left real quick and see, like, hey, is the storage room here? If not, then move on. Anyway, right-hand rule has taken us down that end of that path, and now we're looping back up. So now we would be on the right wall of this screen, which means we keep going north. Then this will turn west, and then it'll be a T intersection where we go north. So we found the elevator and the storage room. Right-hand rule still tells us to go north. And hey, it worked really well. Nice. So at least in this case, following the right-hand rule instead of the left-hand rule really paid off. That takes us to floor 8. Wait, did I miscount at some point? For some reason, I thought I had said that we only had 2 more floors. We had to do 8 and 9. Oh, I think I was saying after the current floor, we only have 2 more. That or maybe I lost track, even though I have a counter telling me what floor I'm on. It would be so funny if I wound up on floor 9 and my counter said floor 8. I would much rather undercount what floor I'm on than overcount it. Because getting to the next boss sooner than I expected would be a happy feeling. So I'd rather have that positive surprise than a negative surprise. Alright, so far we haven't had any branching paths to decide, or where we had to make a decision. Okay, a couple bats. Can I kill? I was hoping I could maybe kill one before they attack, but nope. Actually, I probably had time to, since they took a lot longer to attack than I expected. Man, imagine how many items I would get if I was using a club that stole. Alright, so the right-hand rule would tell us to go south here. Let's see how that plays. Then we need to go west. There's the elevator. And the storage room. Okay, so far it's working well. Now the question is, are the stairs past this point, or do I need to backtrack to find them? I think we may have already experienced the layout we're on. If so, then the stairs are not past where we are now. Wow, this is a +0 +0 +0 armor? Really? No way. Ah. I don't think I've ever seen that on another armor. I think this might be the only armor in the game that's just straight +0. Huh. And it even has worse stats than the last armor we found, which I didn't switch to, so weird. Okay. Oh, since it has no stats to transfer, we might as well just get rid of it. And another gun. I think that one is a grenade launcher. Okay, so dead end. Now we would be following the south wall. Which means once we go past the elevator, we will turn south. But then we do need to turn west. So yeah, it's a right-hand rule, but that doesn't mean you go to the right every time. You follow whatever wall your right hand is on. This might just be a dead end though. Yep. So now we would be following the south wall again. So my instinct to go east at that intersection was probably right. Or that may not be the direction we need to go either. Ah! That didn't attack! No! It's funny that sometimes the worst thing an enemy can do is not attack. Because you expect it to act at a certain time. And then, like, it throws you off when it doesn't. So you don't know when you should act. Alright. So we're on floor 8. If the stairs up are over here, we'll go to floor 9. my god, the right-hand rule worked really well again. Technically, we did go left at that intersection when we could have probably guessed that we needed to go right. But I mean, that was a two-room diversion. Otherwise, it took us exactly where we wanted to go. So, I'd say I'm impressed by the right-hand rule so far. Oh, technically, we've been hit twice, 3 times. It just wasn't really dealing damage. But yeah, the frustrating thing is we've gotten, I think, 400 experience on all 10 of these floors. One late game enemy can be worth like 3,000 experience. So, relatively speaking, kinda sucks. And even non-late game enemies can be worth a lot more than what these guys are giving. That said, we are probably getting some bonus points here, so I wouldn't be surprised if on our next level up we have a decent bit of extra bonus points, like 200, maybe even 300. I would lean more toward 200, but no! It attacked just fast enough. And then again, we may not be getting even 200 bonus points because I am often just letting the enemies hit me to try to speed up the battles, so... Oh! Oh, that was funny. It pulled back and then started to lunge forward, and we hit it just before it would have connected with us, so we killed it. And didn't take damage. Okay. So we are following the south wall right now. Which means we go south here. I'm curious if the right-hand rule will keep working well, or if we just had a couple good experiences and it'll fall apart. Yeah, right now we're following the west wall. Which means we need to keep going west. This looks like it might be a dead end here. Okay, so now we turn back around. We're following the south wall. And we want to find the storage room and the stairs. We don't care if we find the elevator. Is this another dead end? No. How about here? It'd be a really long haul for a dead end. Oh, okay. So far, the right-hand rule is working really well. I'm impressed. Ooh, a rare trading card. The more of those you collect, the more items you can get from Wayne back in the police department. I don't know how many you need to get, but eventually you get enough to get a toolbox, and then after that, even a super toolbox. And that is huge value because those give you infinite tools and infinite toolboxes respectively. Oh, critical hit evasion +4? Thank you. And we'll leave that medicine 2 in the chest over there. Now the question is this the dead end? Yeah, okay. Alright, by the way, I do think I'm gonna stop after the next floor when we kill the boss and leave. Reason being, after this, we will have 10 more floors to climb before we fight another boss. And that could take quite a while. And I've already been streaming. Well, how long have I been streaming? Over 4 hours, so I guess it wouldn't be that bad to stream up some more. I think I do want to try to start the stream a bit earlier than I did today, That way I can stream like 6 to 8 hours and still end around the same time. I'm a night owl, so I like to be up at night and then go to bed when the sun comes up. Alright, right hand rule says go right. This might be a dead end though. Maybe not. Wait, is this the stairs up? If so, that's huge. Oh my god, it actually worked so well. I mean, that's only, I think, 3 floors in a row, but the right-hand rule has worked really well so far. I'm happy with it. So we're now on floor 10. Oh wait, please don't tell me the boss is on floor 11. No, okay, yeah. There's just a few hallways before the boss run, I guess. I hope. Please tell me that's what it is. Yeah, okay. This should be the boss fight. No, it's not! Oh, I was wrong! Okay, I'm wrong. I guess the boss will be on floor 11, not floor 10. Ah, I guess that would actually make sense since floor 1 was like the entrance hallway of the building. I was so excited. No, I don't want the jump. And here I was so excited. Oh well. One more floor, then we can fight the boss. That's fine. Yeah, we're gonna keep following the right-hand rule until it steers us wrong. By the way, that rule means we are currently following the south wall. Now that we turned, we'll be following the west wall. Turn again, so we'll be following the north wall. If it turns south, then we'll be following the west wall again. The plate's in range. No, I was just out of the range to hit it. Oh well. Yeah, we're following the west wall again. Now we're following the south wall. There's the elevator, not bad. Storage room, perfect. Granted, I don't think we've actually had to make any decisions. I think this has been a straight line path the whole time. Wait, is there not a chest here? I'm so used to there being chests in that spot. An SB jacket. Inventory +1 is mildly amusing. Basically, just doesn't consume an item slot. I don't know that it's ever worth moving to a new armor. Well, let's see how it compares stat-wise to our current armor. 42, 38, 33, so... It has 10 less magic defense, 6 more physical defense, 4 more critical hit evasion. So again, in terms of raw numbers, it is the same as our current armor. It just has the stats spread out differently. And I do think magic damage or parasite energy defense is more valuable than physical defense for us right now. So yeah. I mean, +1 inventory wouldn't be bad to have, but I think I would rather have two more magic defense, especially since I expect to get better armor as we go up floors. Wait, did I miss a chest in there? Let me just double check. Anyway, I expect to get better armor as we go up floors, and I won't be able to really move skills around until I get the super toolkit, which is really light. So odds are I wouldn't be moving that +1 inventory slot over to my next armor anyway. Anyway, we are following the east wall. Oh, okay. This was the boss floor. Okay, so it was the boss floor. I just was wrong in thinking it being a boss floor meant there was nothing before. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're fighting the spider boss again, basically. It does look a little different than the one we fought at the museum, but not much different. And I am just gonna face tank it. The damage numbers are low enough that this is easy. Yeah. And we didn't really get much in the way of experience once again, which is sad, but hey, we finished floor 10. Now we just need to find an elevator and leave. Please go with an elevator right at the start of the floor. Wait, yeah. The key I'm pretty sure will only work on floors 1 through 10. So if we go up to floor 11, we won't be able to use the key there. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, let's just run back to the elevator on this floor, take it out. Yeah, take the elevator down, head out, save, and then that'll be it for today's stream. On tomorrow's stream, I think we can do floors 11 through 20 right away. And then we might, after that, we might have to progress the main story a little bit. We'll see. And when I say have to, we might also just choose to. If the enemies aren't giving us much experience, it might be worth doing more of the main plot just to get our damage up. Okay, so yeah, we can take the elevator to any floor up to 10 with the first key. Good. Anyway, we did also get a ton of weapons. So we still really want a toolbox. That way we can break all of these weapons down, transfer their stats over to one weapon and get it really strong. I mean, we're in a no gun run, but there's nothing that says after I finish this run, I can't like do another playthrough off this save file. I probably won't, but it would be interesting to see how strong a gun can get if we never invest any bonus points into it. And we don't even like carry it over between playthroughs. Anyway, there is a phone in the detectives area, but first let's drop off items. Store equipment. Oh yeah, we don't need the club 2 right now. I mean, maybe I should have tried to steal from that boss we just fought. But since I didn't, there's nothing we're going to fight that we want to steal from. Uh, if we want to steal from the next boss we'll fight on floor 20, I am pretty sure Club 4, which will have a steal effect on it, one that doesn't come with an attack penalty. I am pretty sure that is on floors 11 through 20, so I think we'll get that before the next boss. And honestly, we've been fighting enough tools in there, I won't even carry a tool with us. And I don't really have one yet. Wait. So how do I give you the rare card? Mamma mia, this one's a one of a kind T card. You're a bit. Yeah. What equipment do you want to tune up? None. Honestly, I don't want to tune up any. Okay, so we have to tune up something to give them the card. That's funny. Okay, sure. Wait, we can't tune up any of those? That's funny. Hopefully we can tune up one of these. Like, I don't even know what. Uh, sure. Let's just take these two guns over. Hopefully, one or both of them can be tuned up with a rare card. Add slot. Okay, cool. I think we need at least like 5 or 6 rare cards before we get any prizes. Here you go. Nothing to it. For a T card that rare, I'll give you one more tune up. No, thank you. Okay. Anyway, with that done, let's go save, and I'm gonna head out for the night. The League of Legends stream, I think, is still going on, but I don't think it'll be going on much longer. I think the series is almost over, so I'll try to tune in for the last bit. I have been watching it a little bit while I've been playing, and it's been good so far. It's been a good match from what I've seen, but it's hard to play the game and watch another stream, so I haven't been following it too closely. Also, we did just get a medicine 3 there instead of medicine 2 from that chest, so we're definitely at the point where I expect to be dumping all of our medicine 2s and only keeping medicine 3s and 4s. But anyway, thanks to anyone who stopped by, anyone who might happen to see this in Nevada or on YouTube. I hope you're all having a good day. I actually was enjoying this quite a bit, so I am pretty happy with things so far. I do think the later floors are going to get much harder, and I am dreading one boss in particular. It's a cockroach boss. My goal is to beat this entire dungeon, like the entire building, without using Liberate, the ultimate spell of the game. I don't know if I'll be able to, partially because the final boss will be difficult that way, and also partially because the cockroach boss is going to be quite tricky as well. Reason for it, just real quick. The boss has 2 parts. When one part dies, the other part will resummon it. So effectively, you can't kill it unless you kill both parts pretty close to one another. But I did check my previous playthrough of the Chrysler building, and yes, there is enough time between the 2 parts not, or one part dying and it getting respawned, that you could kill one part, run over, hit the other part a couple times to kill it. So as long as I balance my damage between the 2 parts well enough, I think I can beat that boss. And if I can, then I can beat the entire Chrysler building without needing the Liberate spell. So that's going to be my goal. We'll see how it goes. With that said, yeah, already said thanks to everyone who stopped by. I hope y'all are having a good day, and I'll see you when I see you. Bye.